Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Nice to see you all. Welcome back. It's Tuesday. Oh, hello. That's a good start. London Gatwick De-Icer sub for 4 months on Twitch. Thank you very much indeed for the tier 1 sub, London Gatwick De-Icer. Appreciate you. What a great start to the stream. Happy Tuesday. So, plan for today is we're doing some EasyJet ops today. We're flying from Edinburgh down to Bristol, down to Nantes, and then hopefully, if we've got time, back to Bristol. And once again, I can see that the A321, for whatever reason for me, is showing up as Air Canada. And I don't know why that's happening. That should be an Air Not livery. But the less said about that, the better. That's really weird. A319's fine. A320's fine. A321 shows as Air Canada, and I don't know why that's happening. Oh well. How are we all anyway? Who've we got? We've got Philip, James, Ryan, Jim, Grumpy, Leo, David, hello, and that's it. It's weird why that is Air Canada. That is really weird. What if we go to the drone cam? My frames seem appallingly low. Yeah. Grumpy, are you in the 321 by chance? Is that you? Yeah. 2 Air Canadas. That's weird. That's weird. Oh well. Not a lot we can do about that. Not a lot we can do about that. And Gina. Sorry, Gina. Right, so we got some new scenery for Nantes, actually. I picked it up last night off of Orbex. It's by... Who's it by? France... VFR, I think. It's like £8. So... I figured we'd give that a go because I think Nantes has always been a little bit lacking in terms of its scenery. Let's get the plane fired up a minute. Battery 1. Battery 2. Take the external power. Arm the emergency lights. No smoking to on because it's not the early 90s. Cruise supply oxygen on. Let's get the naps on as well. Do with some lights. It's a bit miserable in here, isn't it? That's better. That's better. Nice. So we're kind of masquerading as EasyJet today because we're actually logging the flight as an Air Not flight on New Sky. That's the plan. So we should get some hours in for ourselves, sneakily. Push back in approximately 25 minutes. Although there's quite a lot of us all going to Bristol, so it might take longer than that, depending on who gets out first. Real life traffic's going from 2-4. Yeah, I saw that new Simbrief wanted me on 06. But then Bristol was 2-7, and I thought that's weird, because normally if Bristol's 2-7, Edinburgh's 2-4. So that would make sense, wouldn't it? If Edinburgh is also 2-4. Right. Let's get ourselves loaded. Why are you appearing as Air Canada? It's funny, Grumpy, I was looking at where I might park this morning to see how busy it was, see if there's any ATC online, and literally as I went onto map.vatsim.net, I saw you touching down. I was like, oh, Grumpy's arrived. Morning, Stefan. Just departed Nook for Vagar. Oh my goodness. That is a hell of an approach into there. I feel like even though we did alright at it, and we did even better when we had a second go on FSI panel, I feel like if I was to do it again, that could still go a bit wrong. Hey, Clark's in. Morning, Clark. So you doing that as a scheduled flight then, Grumpy, or not? I learned to fly the 7378. Cool. Just got into 2024 over the last few weeks, says Flyhawk, smashing through the career mode and loving it. How did you learn to fly the A320s and 747s with a full startup, flight planning and ATC? YouTube, pretty much. 747 I don't really fly though, in fairness. I was going to say, Grumpy, I don't think we've got a scheduled route down to Bristol. I might revisit the schedule actually. Morning, Bobby. Right, do you guys notice anything? This is the VATSIM Virtual Airlines partner list. We made it. Got approved last night. Which is pretty cool, isn't it? It's unclear to me, though, whether we are an affiliate or an associate or a partner. I thought we'd met the requirements to be a proper partner, but all the communication I've had only mentions the word associate. So I don't know. I need further clarification on that, but we are listed on the Virtual Airlines website on VATSIM now, so that's very cool. So thank you all for all of your hard work. Couldn't do it without you. Right, I need to make sure that my GPU undervolt settings are all in place, actually. Because I do not want to get halfway down to Bristol and find that they are not. Yes, they are. Right, let's do some work. Can't stand around yapping all day. As much as I would love to. AOC menu, flight init. Init data request. Yeah, that's right, Grumpy, but that's the thing. If we haven't made partner, I don't think that's available to us. If we've only made associate. Like the emails I got, I woke up to a load of emails this morning and it said that about, you know, VATSIM associate. Which is like the baby level. And then you've got partner, which is the proper one. And to get into FSLTO, you need to be partner. So, I don't know. I need to get some clarification on that. Because we definitely met the requirements. 15 plus pilots doing over 50 flights in the last 90 days. And by my count, I mean, I just took the last 8 weeks, which is less than 90 days. And we were at like 24 pilots at 250 odd flights. So clearly, like, I think we were all right. I don't know whether it's like a... Regardless of that, whether they start you at like associate and then once you've proven yourself you get to go up. I don't know. Cheers, Flyhawk. When will I be departing? Around 20 minutes time. Cost index 60. What's my cruise? Get this over here, then you can all see it, can't you? That's better. Right. Briefing preview. 310. All depends on me. Sorry, I'm such a diva.
Bird 45 Whiskey, ready to check.
5.
Yep.
Come on. Right, here we go. So we're doing 2-4. What is the weather doing? See for ourselves. My flights. Wind is 350 at 1 knot. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Tricky one, that, isn't it? I can see why they'd say 06 because it is. That is definitely a tailwind component for 2-4, isn't it? Only just. We're doing on flight radar. Still 2-4. Let's go 2-4. YOLO. YOLO. So it's going to be out of Eddie, departure 2-4, Gosam 1 Charlie. Then Bristol is 2-7, thank God. 2-7 so much easier at Bristol. Compared to 09, because of course 09 you got that speed bump right in the way. And I cannot believe that that was a thing. We've B1 Bravo, we're going to go via BRI2, but I'm going to vector anyway. That'll be my plan. Let's insert that, that's good. Do we have any passengers yet? No, of course we don't. My frames don't feel good today. Just saying. Boarding passengers now. Currently in school to do this for a living. Nice. You'd pick 2-4. Okay. 2-4 it is. Is 2-4 generally seen as being the favoured runway over 06? Like, are you more likely to stick with 2-4 even when it looks like maybe 06 could be a thing? Wow, QNH 984. Dang. Low. It's low. What? Why have 130 people boarded instantly? It's a bit weird. Because we had none a minute ago. 2-4 is preferred, as long as the tailwind component is less than 5 knots and dry. There you go. Didn't know that. Didn't know that.
Not 212 Alpha, radio check.
Hyper 5.
5-5.
Not loving what's going on with these frames here. Oh god, no, don't go back to the main menu. That'd be sad, wouldn't it? Advanced, dev mode. Something doesn't feel right. It's okay when you're looking ahead, I suppose. Have I got VSync on? Is that what it is? Ugh, it's when you move the camera, isn't it? But still, at Edinburgh, connected to VATSIM, almost 50 is not too bad. Apparently, it is my Twitch affiliate anniversary today. So that's cool. Although, look at Edinburgh, still gobbling up 17 gigs of VRAM. Why didn't you get a 9070 instead of a 7900 XTX? That's why. That's why. The amount of people that like were asking me that. Like, why would I go from a 16 gig card to another 16 gig card when my only issue was VRAM? It was weird. How you doing, Judge? Clocks go back this weekend so we can start to use Zulu time. Correct. Correct. What is going on with these passengers? We're just hard stuck now at 130. GSX. For the love of God. What is it doing? We've just got a door wide open now. So the fuel's down. Like, what's going on? I don't get it. I haven't even left the gate yet and GSX is being an arse. Sim brief's okay. 180 out of 180 boarded. But it's not though. Cheers, Jason. So what do I do now then? Oh, now it's loaded. Thanks, GSX. Great. I'm sure it's not a real problem though. I'm sure it's probably just something to do with me.
More traffic, Connect 133 pushing back facing northbound, so access traffic fastest lane, so more traffic.
Okay, 6,000 at Go Sam. Lovely. Let's send that to the MCDU. Let's do our takeoff calculations. It is raining at the moment, so it's going to be wet, isn't it? Sync the load sheet, sync the weather, calculate flaps 2, down 0.5. Send to MCDU. Hitting it page B. Okay, why didn't that go over? GSX is testing my patience today already. Now it's gone over. Did the perf go over? Yes, it did. 139 rotation. Flaps 2, down 0.5. We're good for 2.4. Just want to step through the route real quick. Keep an eye on the ND as we go through for any discontinuities. Don't think we're going to get any. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing if we do, like they are there for a reason, of course, but I remember when I first started, I always used to just like join the flight plan up, come hell or high water. I needed a continuous green line.
Edinburgh traffic, air not 56 Tango, stand 10, push and start, facing east on Foxtrot.
Going about me. Spout them up. APU start. Model matching, that is done through FSLTL. Cheers Fortnite, cheers Yash. I agree with what you're saying earlier though, Grumpy, about if the scenery's good we should put some more routes out of Nantes, because that's a very cool airport. Defo. And it's not too far away from the UK, and you could almost use it as a stopping off point if you wanted to do a Spain back to the UK, like if you wanted to break it up a bit. There's like £8 for the scenery, and it looked good. It looked good in the screenshots. I haven't actually been there yet. I have confirmed it's installed. APU did not start quite right. I thought it did, but it didn't. There's Air Canada. Off to Brazil. GPU attached. Of course it is. There's Grumpy over there getting ready to go. Do I have an APU? Yes, I do. Good. In that case, beacon on.
Not 222, taxiing off 1 via Alpha and Echo.
9, push and start after the aeronaut A321 behind Miss Little, Edinburgh traffic.
Edinburgh traffic, Airnaut 212 Alpha, taxiing Alpha 1 via Alpha and Echo.
Edinburgh traffic, Shanix 123 pushing back, Edinburgh traffic.
So are we all going to Bristol? There's me, Zana, James, Heathrow, Ryan, Grumpy's on the roll. So all but one of us, oh no, 2 of us maybe. Where's that one going? Boston. Boston. Morning, Brian. Abdi, how's it going? Hey, Jim's in as well. Hang on. I had a little pop-up on my Twitch chat.
Airnaut 212 Alpha, are you going from 06?
Yeah, that's what Tim Brief gave me, 212 Alpha.
Okay, I think everyone else is going from 24, so we'll wait till you're in the air.
Okay, many thanks. Sorry about that, 212 Alpha.
No, there's no props. It is Unicom after all.
Chanex. Are you
Shanix
pushing?
123, we're having trouble. The A320 on the right can push.
In that case, easy 232, stand 1, pushing and starting on to Echo. That is Echo, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Might have ad-libbed that just then.
Edinburgh traffic, Airnaut 56 Tango, taxiing to holding point runway 24 via Foxtrot Alpha.
Who's left tail right?
Release parking brakes, please.
Quite a long time, Hawk. It took me quite a long time. Started with the 320, stayed on the 320 for ages, then I moved to the 737 and it was a disaster. But once I'd learnt the 737, subsequent Boeings were easier. Abdi says, happy affiliate anniversary, by the way, same day as my birthday. Oh, happy birthday, mate. Oh, fantastic. My controls aren't working. That's better.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Thank you, thank you.
The Edinburgh traffic shuttle 45 Whiskey, stand 9, push and start. Edinburgh traffic.
Only the best from Air Not Clark. Clark, we made it as a VATSIM partner as well. Overnight. I applied during the weekend. And it worked. Is that engine starting? It's not. And you know why, don't you? Muppet it didn't turn on the APU bleed. Try that again, shall we? Yeah, it's unclear to me though, Clark, whether we're a partner or like an associate. I think we might just be an associate, despite the fact I thought we had enough to become partner in terms of like flights and pilots and what have you. So we shall see. I'll get some clarification on that. Either way, really pleased.
Edinburgh traffic, turn up 212 Alpha, landing up runway 06.
Ben, it's all part of the Phoenix.
The safety features of our Airbus A320 aircraft. Thank you.
I did wonder that, Clark, yeah. Like maybe just to check on us for a bit, you know. Because they might not know us from Adam, if you know what I mean. Sandwich, we're off to Bristol.
Edinburgh traffic and 56 Tango holding Delta 1 for taking off traffic, runway 6.
Oh, cheers, Brian.
There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft.
Thanks for the Prime on Twitch. Appreciate you.
Pointing out the exits nearest.
Oh, going between views and this is not good today. But everything else is fine. Like, once you're in the view, you're okay.
Exit. In an emergency,
Flaps.
leave all baggage on board.
Is it flaps 2 for takeoff today?
Air not 212 Alpha, Edinburgh traffic, taking off runway 06.
Was flaps 2?
If the air supply fails, masks will drop from above you.
Bad.
Pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen.
Cheers,
Put the
Stu.
mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Hold the mask in place with the strap.
Oh, that feels so juddery, doesn't it, when you move? Okay, parking brake is set. There he goes.
Edinburgh traffic and 56 Tango line up, runway 24.
Edinburgh traffic, shuttle 45 will be taxiing holding point Delta 1 via Fox and Alpha. Edinburgh traffic.
Edinburgh traffic, November 14 Lima Romeo, pushing back and starting stand 106, Edinburgh traffic.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
A max auto brake set. Taxi light on. 2 good engine starts. Can lose the APU. And our trim was down 0.5. We do a takeoff config check. We'll do predictive wind shear closer to the runway. Spoilers.
The traffic and 56 Tango takeoff, runway 24, 4A, go stand 1 Charlie departure. Have a good flight, everyone.
You too.
Alright, that'll be me then. And Easy 232 taxiing to holding point Delta 1 for runway 24 via Echo and Alpha Edinburgh traffic.
Should we check the weather?
Edinburgh traffic for the weather conditions, 24 is appropriate.
Copy that, thank you.
Yeah, just checked and I'm going to stick with 24 Easy 232.
Any questions, check flight radar 24 and see what they're using real time.
Many thanks.
Oh, hello. My engines are going to be a bit weird.
Edinburgh traffic via Delta 1 and Shuttle 45 Whiskey landing up runway 24, Edinburgh traffic.
Yeah, sorry, Clark.
Edinburgh traffic, not 56 Tango, airborne from 24, passing 2,500.
Okay, British Airways is staying put, that's good. Cheers, Clark. Have a good day, mate. Don't work too hard.
Edinburgh traffic via runway 24, Shuttle 45 Whiskey taking off runway 24, costume 1, Charlie departure, Edinburgh traffic.
Oh, look out, trouble's here. How you doing, Craig?
Edinburgh
Guess
traffic,
what?
Charge 133, starting off the engine, back gate, Edinburgh traffic.
Edinburgh traffic, Air 212 Alpha, 12 miles from Combo, at 6,000 climbing flight level 200.
How did you get into FSLTL, Craig?
Edinburgh traffic, Air 56 Tango, direct Elbus to...
That's pretty cool, though.
Traffic separation to company traffic.
It's who you know, yeah, that old chestnut. Well, I'm hoping that we'll be there soon because we made VATSIM VA partner last night. Well, partner or associate, I'm not sure. Associate, I think, means it doesn't work. I don't think we get the FSLTL
Edinburgh
privileges.
traffic, Shuttle 45 Whiskey is airborne passing 1,700 climbing 6,000 on the Gotham 1
I
Charlie.
think.
Edinburgh
Don't worry, Craig, I'll do it the hard way.
Edinburgh traffic, ED195, pushing back stand 16 Alpha.
I'll walk the hard yards. Happy days. How did they get your liveries into FSLTL? Did they just take what you've already made and FSLTL them? Or did you have to start all over again with, like, drawing them?
Edinburgh traffic, Shell 90, stand 7, push and start facing east.
Right. Where's my charts? There they are. Smarter, not harder.
Shuttle 45 Whiskey, climbing flight level 330, traffic.
Well, do feel free to tell them about me.
2 Alpha, climbing flight level 330, traffic.
Days, right. Let's park up here for a minute and check in with people. Cheers, Splinter. I'm hoping now, Craig, that it won't be long for us. So we made VA something last night with VATSIM. I don't know whether it's partner or affiliate. I've got a funny feeling it's affiliate.
Edinburgh traffic, November 42 Lima Romeo, taxiing to holding point Delta 1 via Echo and Alpha. Edinburgh traffic.
Okay, predictive wind shear on. Tara on. Start the clock. Do the lights. Edinburgh traffic, easy 232, lining up, taking off runway 24, go someone Charlie, Edinburgh traffic. Burn and burn.
Traffic 8195, taxiing Golf Mike to Mike 24, Delta 1. Edinburgh traffic.
All right, let's go. Let those engines stabilise. Quickly get back to the cockpit view before we realise we're heading towards the grass. SOS green, auto thrust blue, manflet 62. That's good. That's what we want.
Edinburgh traffic, Charlie 90, taxiing on by Delta 1, runway 24, via Foxtrot, Echo and Alpha.
Positive climb, gear up. Feet off the rudders. The stick feels different now because I've changed my dead zone, as in I have no dead zone on the side stick now. Levers climb. Traffic, easy 232, airborne out of 24, go someone Charlie, passing 1,500 feet, Edinburgh traffic. What the hell? You just feel that dip then?
Easy 195, running up runway 24, Edinburgh traffic.
Weird. That was not me doing that. The plane just went, That was 100% not me. %100% not me.
Easy 195, taking off runway 24, Edinburgh traffic.
Awesome. There we go. Given that we've got nearly 20 miles of straight line in front of us, I'm going to put the autopilot on. That was weird, the way I nose dipped then. I don't know what was going on. Don't know what was going on. Oh, Jim, I had a lovely weekend to myself. Lovely weekend, thank you. Yeah, wife and kids went away, which left me all on my lonesome. You forget what it's like to not have people around, and in particular 2 small kids. It's just like, I can do whatever I want. Just whatever I want at all times, and that's pretty cool. You forget. You almost feel paralysed by choice to begin with. It's super weird. So all these things, like, what do I do? Cheers, Carrie. I did think about streaming, but I had a load of video editing to catch up on, so I basically just sat there for most of Saturday, just quietly editing video.
Edinburgh traffic, November 40 Lima Romeo, departing on runway 24, Edinburgh traffic.
With a lovely cup of coffee, and yeah, just no distractions every 2.5 minutes with like, you know, so-and-so's annoyed me, done this, stolen my toy car, broken my Lego model, won't let me ever go on the PlayStation. You know, all the classics you get as a parent. I just sat there in complete silence. Edinburgh traffic, easy 232, climbing now, flight level 310, Edinburgh traffic. Morning, Roy, how are you?
Edinburgh traffic, Sean 92, holding Delta 1 for departure ahead.
Didn't that dip happen last time? Joseph, it did several times ago, but that was on me. That was...
Traffic, November 40 Lima Romeo, taking on the roll. Edinburgh traffic.
That was what that was. That was my AB9 inside my pedestal tipping, which was really weird. BT Whistle, how are you, mate? Sorry about the ads. Where are we going? We are going to Bristol. Cheers, IBM. Never landed at Bristol, says Ryan, so don't judge. Well, we're coming in on 27, which is generally the easier of the two. 09's got a nasty little speed lump in it, or like a speed ramp. And it's still...
lining up on way 24.
How much was your Phoenix A320? I think it was like 50 quid. Plus the add-ons for the 19 and 21. Jubbly. Yeah, 27's not a bad runway. At the risk of jinxing it, 27 basically runs uphill. So as long as you give it a nice bit of flare, you can effectively float it.
Edinburgh traffic, Charles 9 Zulu to November 40 Lima Romeo, confirm squawking mode Charlie and OT on TCAS.
Copy that.
Yeah, you can basically float your landing into 27, and then the ground will just come up and kiss the bottom of your wheels. Obviously, if you float it way too much, then you're screwed, but... Yeah, 09, you've basically got this lump right on the touchdown zone, more or less, and... You've got two choices, really.
November 40 Lima Romeo, squawking, on mode Charlie, November 40 Lima Romeo, Edinburgh traffic. Thank you.
You've got two choices. You either land after it, or you accept a hard landing when it inevitably comes and bangs into your wheels if you aim for it. So, I will always take 27.
The traffic on 9 Zulu, runway 24, take off, Gotham 1, Delta departure.
Proper stuck on whether to buy GSX. Trouble is, there's no alternative. That's the problem.
Edinburgh traffic, November 40 Lima Romeo, departing on Tala 6 Charlie, departure passing 1,500 to 6,000.
There is no alternative. So whether you like it, whether you hate it, it doesn't matter. You're sort of stuck with it. When it works, it's really good. But it definitely feels like a big old pile of hacks in a lot of ways, you know? Just a big old pile of hacks. And when all those hacks work, it's great. But occasionally it's just like, it just doesn't work. And it's like, well, why not? And it's like, I don't know, it could be anything. So you have to restart the coaxial engine thing, or the whole, I don't know, just... Yeah. When it works, it's great. And most of the time it does work, but... I don't know. I don't know.
Edinburgh traffic to 195 through flight level 18. to climbing 330 on standard departure, Edinburgh traffic.
Very cloudy today, isn't it? Do you reckon you could land this bad boy in real life if I had to? Before I went to Gatwick to Infinity Sim Wings, I'd have probably said no. But having been there, and having been in their cockpit, I wouldn't like to say for sure. What's going on here? Why are we climbing so aggressively? And now why... TD reached. What is going on? What is going on? It's like it doesn't... What's going on? Maybe the help of Autoland. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if push came to shove and I was put in that situation, I would rely on the Autoland system, for sure. As much as I would love it to be something out of a movie, with me being the hero in the cockpit, you know? Wrestling with the controls, bringing it down like a hero, I would probably press the approach button, to be honest. Master Budapest says, I tend to use it solely for pushbacks these days. Yeah, I use it for pushbacks, and I like to see the loading animations where possible, but... And it's really nice the way the Phoenix loads in with it, and you flick the beacon light, and it will get the pushback tug ready. That's all great. I love all that. That's brilliant. I set an alt in init A. I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. Cruise alt 310. What's going on now? It's cracking on. Oh, Philip! Philip, what have you done? Philip, you gifted a membership to Reza. Thank you, Philip. Hero. Thanks, Philip. Cheers, gods. Go to my progress page. Yeah, look. Cruise 310, optimum 350. So it wants 3.5, I get that, but yeah, we'll go 3.1. Only thing I did, Grumpy, was I preempted the SID and cracked on a bit and went to 310 when we were still pre-GoSam, but I don't see that as being a big issue. Yeah, that's, I am on Sim Update 4, so maybe it's an SU4 thing, I don't know. That was weird though, the plane definitely wanted to nosedive as well out of Edinburgh. I really had to I was pulling back on the stick, you know, giving it back pressure to maintain the climb and, you know, trying to follow the flight directors that wanted me to go up a little bit. Weird. Who's on the radio in the background? Is that in-game or VATSIM? That's VATSIM. That is VATSIM. Right, how long are we going to be... When are we going to be there? At the risk of sounding like my kids. Roy, to answer your question... My time home alone was incredible. Goes quick though. It really does go quick. I did think about streaming. But I'm sat on a pile of video that I haven't had a chance to get to edit. And I was like, you know what, this is a really good opportunity because everyone's gone and I can just sit there nice and quietly with my fussy little coffees and just edit away. Had a bit of music on, just the dog was just chilling out on the bed next to me. It was a great day. Or days. Can we take off yet? We have taken off. We're in the air, mate. Joseph says, excuse prep, sim being quirky. There you go. See? Does it take a while to be able to even play this game, or does it guide you early on? It looks complex. I mean, what we're doing, I guess you could say, is complex because we're using third-party airliners that are much more detailed. You can do loads more stuff with them. We're on VATSIM, which is an online network where there's real ATC that could appear at any minute and start giving you instructions, using lots of other add-ons as well. So, yeah. But if you don't know anything, start with the career mode, Min 24, and that will start you in a Cessna, and you can work your way up. Yeah, what's funny, Roy, when as soon as my wife and kids left, it was, I just felt this overwhelming sense of tiredness. Like, I knew I could relax, so I did, if that makes sense. Whoa, flipping out Flyhawk, you just gifted 5 memberships. Here's to another UK-based dad gamer. Hopefully, after another 50+ hours of practice and YouTube tutorials, I might see you in VATSIM soon. Oh, thank you, Flyhawk. Well, Flyhawk, a perk of being a member on YouTube is that you get access to our Discord, but I think because you've gifted other people memberships, you yourself don't have that right, which seems a bit wrong in my opinion. So shoot me an email, airnot@icloud.com. Get yourself in the Discord, and there's a load of people that can help you get started. But thank you very much indeed. I really appreciate the 5 gifted. That's incredible. What a legend. Rory says, I'm happy being alone, makes you self-sufficient. I can totally get behind that. I can totally get that. Like, I think by default, I'm very much a lone wolf. To the point sometimes it shocks me that I've got a wife and kids. I could have totally seen my life going that way, easily. And I wouldn't have been sad about it. I wouldn't have been like, oh no, I'm on my own. I'd been like, great, I'm on my own. Like, I'd have been fine. Flyhawk, you've given yourself a membership as well now. Oh, amazing. Well, in that case, you should now find the link to the Discord. Oh, I can see the appeal, Roy. 100%. Believe me. I totally get where you're coming from. Yeah, same bad service though, Flyhawk. That's the trouble. $15mm more legroom, same bad service. What leg afterwards? We're going to Nantes, Ryan, afterwards. That is in France. Flyhawk, you won't see it by doing that in the chat because it's a members only Discord. The link wouldn't publish publicly in the chat. If you go to you should see a new tab on the YouTube page now you're a member. You should find the link in there. Oh, the scratches, Jim, are one of my favourite parts as well of the Phoenix. I love the little scratches. Love, love, love that. Okay, so after the sim being weird so far, which has been nothing to do with me, honestly, Are we at 310? Yeah, almost. Then we should get a top of descent marker, right? Cloudage is looking very good. I haven't. It's really weird, Roy. People always say to me, "How do you get your clouds to look so good?" I'm like, I don't know. I just put them on ultra or whatever they are. I don't do anything. Like people always say that, "Oh, you run in that whatever it is, the weather thing." I forget what the name is. It's like no, just clouds. 111 miles, but if we drop our cost index to 6, it's going to be a lot less, isn't it? Only thing it might be is that I game at 4K, but I stream at 1080. So my 4K image is getting crunched into a 1080p stream. Now I don't know whether that makes it look a bit crispier than perhaps it otherwise might. It's the only thing I can think of. Maybe that's why it looks a bit more. But then you're only viewing at 1080. I used to stream in light's a bit low. I used to stream in 4K. But then people would quite often complain that there was a delay, particularly on YouTube. Like a 30-second delay. So someone would put something in chat, I would answer, and that would be, yeah, a good 30 seconds off. So I went down to 1080 because then that's like you can go for this super low latency mode, which is just like it's between you and us now. It's just instant, more or less. I mean, there'll probably be like half a second in it or whatever. Alright, anything ATC wise I should be aware of? We're going to bump into London Control. Is this us? This is all, God, there's all of us. Look, we're stretching from the Lake District down to... Where is that? I know that's like the Welsh border, but where roughly is that? Birmingham there. I'm going to Birmingham next week, by the way. Yeah, no streams next week. I'm going to Birmingham. Birmingham. Oh, Ireland's on that. Look at that. Loads of Ireland. Nice. Should have gone Dublin, shouldn't we? There are a couple on the ground at Bristol. Nice. I'd love to see Bristol getting some love. When are we getting SoFlies, Bristol? That can't be long, can it? That can't be far off. DMX, thanks for sub. Back to work on Monday after a month off, back to Gatwick. It's going to be a rude awakening, isn't it, on Monday, that? Oh, airside. Cheers, man. The latest beta update of X-Plane also did a very good job with the weather as a whole. A real working weather radar, and the clouds look stunning. Yeah, it's looking good, isn't it? X-Plane. Like people always say to me, "Are you gonna fly it? Are you gonna fly it?" It's like, well, I'm too deep into Flight Sim 24 now. I can't start all over again with scenery, with planes, with like learning all of the little foibles. No, I just don't want to. I haven't got the time for that. Ryan, I don't think you'll get out of Bristol in a 777, mate. I'm afraid. They used to do 7.5s out of there quite a bit, didn't they? Fairly certain, speaking to a Neo pilot out of Bristol, I think he said the biggest thing he's ever seen there was a 787-8. Are you going to FS weekend, Brian? That's cool. That's cool. Might have to get myself to one of those things soon. As a loner, I've got the time and financials for both sims. Living the dream. I've barely got time for this sim. Never mind another one. This is my main problem. Is that like whenever I use the sim, I am streaming, pretty much. It's quite rare for me to not be using the sim and not either streaming or making content, which I am a little bit uncomfortable with. But at the same time, it's not a bad problem to have, I suppose. Morning, Sean. Yeah. Just ever so slightly conscious that I never actually have any time just to... I never boot up the sim just to be like, I'm going to play it for my own enjoyment. Like, not saying that I don't enjoy what I'm doing now, but do you get what I mean? Only time I do it is occasionally is if I'll do a VR flight on my own. They're bloody amazing. I do love a good VR. And I say a flight. Loosely use the word flight. I mean, I'll just like take off from like a little tiny airport and just go sightseeing. Basically, I just quite like doing that for fun. What's going on at Bristol then? 90902. 61 plus 3.2. 64.2 tons. Which means we're going to need auto brake medium. Auto brake medium. It is. Okay, let's put in our Q&H. What was it again? 90902. Temperature is 11. And it was 2:30 and 10. So nothing crazy, but still we need to keep an eye on it, don't we? Decision altitude at Bristol in the Barrow 801. Morning, Flight Sim Man. Morning, Rob. We are flying Edinburgh to Bristol, and we're almost at top of descent. Where are we? 50 miles to go till we start descending into Bristol. I'm going to do a vector into Bristol, I think. We're in 27, so we'll go EGGD 27. And the opposite runway heading is 087 on the radial, and we'll do a 10-mile final. There it is. I'm surprised that no one you know is into flight sim, Jim, if you say you work at Gatwick. Surely there must be a load of simmers there. You think, right? They know aircraft and stuff, but don't sim. Damn. You'll have to pop over the road and see Hanny and Ethan at Infinity Simmons. I couldn't believe how close they were to Gatwick when I jumped out the car there. Like, drove myself in, got out the car, I had a little wander around, sort of, and I saw this little road, and I was like, that looks like a perimeter fence at the end of that road, and then all of a sudden, I think it was an A350, just went, like right up in front of me. I was like, flipping heck. Almost like I'm surprised they allowed buildings to be built that close to the perimeter, because that is really close. Jim, check their website for pricing. You can use discount code NOT5, I think. That'll get you 5% off. Or if you're in the Discord, there is an exclusive 10% discount code, I believe. You hit me up for it. You got Wordle in 4. Ooh. I live 20 minutes from Stansted. There's always jets fighting over the motorway. Really? Right, Panda. I've been actively trying... This is fun. T-Vex says, I've actively been trying not to fly the A320 so I don't forget how to use the rest of my payware planes. There's some truth to that, and I feel that too. I 100% feel that too. I can absolutely feel that. It's almost like there's too many planes to learn. Yeah, let's get down to 3,500. Bristol traffic, easy 232, 8 miles from Alhut. Beginning our descent now from flight level 310. We plan to vector ourselves for a 10-mile final into 27 Bristol traffic. Yeah, I mean, part of me, it's like, oh, I'd like to learn the TFDI MD-11. I'd like, you know, like to try this plane, that plane. It's like, there's too many. There's too many. And then you end up not being very good at all of them. Whereas I'd rather be good at a couple. And I feel like the 737 A320s, those are the two for me. So I can't get away from those planes. They're just too good. They're too versatile. They're like the power couple of flight sim, those two planes. They really are. Because for unless you want to go super long haul, they can do so much. They can do so much. Morning, Andy. Thought you were calling me Pepper then for a minute, Andy. It's been a while since I've had to watch Peppa Pig. The kids have grown out of that, thankfully. Although it was quite funny in its own little way. I must admit, I did quite like Peppa Pig. Out of all the kids' TV shows, that one was up there. Dougie wasn't bad either. Cracking. Right, well, like a monster, I never let the passengers out in the first place, so we don't need to let them back into their seats, so that's always good. Bit rusty on the 321, so don't expect me to butter. I mean, I wouldn't expect me to butter either, to be honest, the way I'm flying at the moment. We're on 27 though, so, you know, all we have to do is flare it. As long as you don't float it too bad, we should just have the tarmac come up to meet us. And we got ground on, look at that. Runway News 27. Days. Looking forward to SoFly's version of Bristol. That's going to be great. Particularly as I think the terraforming in the version we have here isn't great. I feel like the runway, I know Bristol is a bit lumpy bumpy, but I feel like in the sim it is very lumpy bumpy, almost like just the ground texture resolution is just not enough. Because it does feel like even once you get past the speed ramp on 09, just the general runway that follows, it does feel a very sort of like the plane is being thrown around quite a lot. And obviously I've never taken off in real life as a pilot from Bristol, so I don't know what it's like looking out the front window, but I can say looking out the side window, it's never felt like that. So I'm hoping that SoFly, given that they're making a 2024 native version, could have a pretty good crack at that. Because I know we're in 24, but the scenery, from what I can gather, is just a save as for 24 without much going into it. We haven't heard a lot from Pilot Plus lately, have we? I don't know where they've sort of gone to. Bit of a hump, otherwise pretty smooth. Yeah, it's always felt pretty smooth in real life to me, Andy. You were in the stream ages ago, Andy, weren't you? You were, didn't you say you were a Neo pilot out of Bristol? Sure, I remember you. But even like in the sim here, like as you vacate 27 onto, is it Gulf X-Ray? It's yeah, there's a definite like ka-dunk as you leave the runway. That's again just not there in real life. I remember last time I took off from Bristol, I was like paying like such a nerd, just paying particular attention to try and see if it is like that in real life. If there is like a big, I know it's uphill a little bit, but yeah. I just think what we have here from Pilot Plus is a good start, but it's not quite what we need. So all eyes on SoFly. Criminal as well, the lack of applause SoFly got at FS Expo when they were on stage. And they mentioned they were doing a version of Bristol and everyone was like, okay. I'm sat at home being like, yes, get in! Bristol, let's go! Wrong audience, I guess. I think I must be the most noob of the stream. Second flight in the 320 last night. Sim brief MCDU programming is such an uphill climb. It ain't easy if you've never seen it before. But like I started this channel when I was probably a bigger noob than you are, if you know what I mean. If you live near Bristol Airport, there's a perimeter road which, if you are close to the end when they are landing on 09, they literally pass you 100 feet. Which end is... That's not the road the bus takes, is it? Like if you're at the Silver parking and it takes you from the terminal to Silver, that's 27, isn't it? Is that the 27 end?
DT 195. We're making a Z1 Bravo arrival with a...
Here's our sim.
Bride 1 transition from runway 27 Bristol traffic.
Cheers, Roy. I've never been that side, Andy. I've always just dumped the car in the Silver parking and got the little bus. Well, the bendy bus. Although last time we went in the multi-story, that felt like a big upgrade. Felt like a right big shot. So it's only like £2 more. I was like, well, go on then. Why not? No, it took forever to find a parking space in that place. In the end, I just had to go on the roof. Little bit of... are we going to do more flights today? Yeah, we're doing Bristol, Nantes back to Bristol. And I'm guessing that's going to be it. I'm probably going to run out of time by then. So this lot are all coming out. Vectoring by the looks of it. I shall just follow.
Bristol traffic, Connect 133, descending 7, correction descending 150 by the West B1 Echo Raffle. Runway 27, just soldier.
Bristol traffic, 045 Whiskey, turning with a heading of 140 degrees, descending now altitude 2,500 feet. Bristol traffic.
Bristol traffic, EZ232 leaving Upcam at heading 140, descending for 2,500 feet for a vector approach into runway 27, Bristol traffic.
So 45 Whiskey, Boeing speed 210, no, Bristol traffic.
Bristol traffic ET195, over ZB for a ZB1 Bravo arrival for localizer runway 27 with a Bride 1 transition. Bristol traffic.
Who was that last call sign?
045 Whiskey, turning left heading 17 degrees now. Versus traffic.
Traffic Airnaut 212 Alpha, intercepting localizer for ILS 27.
Base close to Bristol with regards to knowing a pilot. Yes, I do. My neighbour used to be a Bristol based EasyJet captain, now flies for Virgin Atlantic. Sweet.
Bristol traffic, shuttle 45 Whiskey, going speed 195. Bristol traffic. Correction 190.
Bristol traffic, Airnaut 212 Alpha, intercepting glide space for ILS 27 on 6 mile final.
So these two, I think, might clash with Easy 195. It might be that I have to extend my approach a bit. Because if Easy 195 is going via the BRI...
122, turning up, setting 125.
Easy 195 is going to go by the Bristol transition. That could cause a problem.
Bristol traffic, shuttle 45 Whiskey, with a heading of 200 degrees to join up to ILS T7 advisor. Bristol traffic.
Bristol traffic, Airnaut 212 Alpha on 5 mile final, runway 27, Bristol traffic.
Bristol traffic, shuttle 45 Whiskey, turning final now, ILS T7, Bristol traffic.
Yeah, I'm going to have to fly it down.
Traffic, Airnaut 212 Alpha, landing runway 27.
You see what's going to happen here? Easy 195 is going to hit Bristol, make a turn, come back, just as I'm getting ready to also do that. In which case I'm going to level at 5,000, I think. We'll go heading 087, which will be the opposite.
Bristol traffic, shuttle 45 Whiskey now fully established. ILS T7, 7.5 mile final. Bristol traffic.
Last week I created an A340 Stream Deck XL panel based on the 350 flight panels. Photoshopped the buttons to match the 340. Still a lot of work. I'm going to get the hang of it. I've never tried that. I don't have a Stream Deck big enough. Or a spare Stream Deck big enough. I've got two, but just none that are available for that purpose. Yeah, this could. So that's going to go there, then out, then around and in. Whereas I'm going to come out and around
Bristol
in.
traffic, shuttle 45 Whiskey, short final now, runway 27.
That's going to be a problem.
Bristol traffic, Airnaut 212 Alpha, vacating runway 27.
Visibility down to 900 feet. Oops, QNH 90902. Still traffic easy 232, turning left heading 087 degrees to give way to company traffic inbound via the BRI transition.
No need to do that. 8195, we're going to take up a hold at Bristol VOR and keep there until you guys have landed. Lazy people doing vectors.
Okay, in that case, Easy 232, we are going to vector to join the ILS for 27. Thanks very much. Bristol traffic. Lazy people doing vectors, I don't know.
Last call, Bristol, traffic, shuttle 45 Whiskey, landing runway 27, last call, Bristol.
Bristol traffic, X 1337 west heading to airliner ship.
Let's go heading 240, then hopefully we can intercept the ILS from that.
Bristol traffic, China 1336 beginning right, heading 150.
Shuttle 45 Whiskey, going around.
Oh no! Well, that could be me.
Bristol traffic 8195, engine the hold at Bristol, altitude 6,500.
Go flaps 2. Did I do my lights? I didn't. New Sky won't be happy with that. Okay. Approach mode armed. And keep our speed where it is for now. Come on, up you come. There we go.
Bristol traffic, shuttle 45 Whiskey is turning downwind for an ILS, approaching to runway 27, with speed 180 knots, Bristol traffic.
Bristol traffic, Easy 232, joining the ILS for 27, currently in 11.5 mile final. Speed 180 knots, and we'll maintain 160 until 5 DME, Bristol traffic.
Bristol traffic, China 133 turning right, heading 180.
Let's go speed 160. Visibility is not good, is it? Maps 3. Grumpy did say it was low visibility to 900 feet, so that does make sense. Why deploy the gear so early? Yeah, it was a bit early in fairness.
traffic, shuttle 45 Whiskey, maintaining 170 knots in the downwind for ILS 27, Bristol traffic.
Okay, activate the approach mode. Ground spoilers armed, seatbelts are on, flaps.
Bristol traffic, Tronics 132, turning into the ILS circling 7.
Nearly full. Nearly come. Cheers, Tiger. And thank you, Madlock, as well. Appreciate you. Okay, gear down 3 greens, auto brake medium, flaps full, auto brake armed, lights are set. QNH is set. Go around altitude. Also set.
Bristol traffic, shuttle, actually, never mind.
Bristol traffic EG195, we're resting the hold and we're on the Lima Bravo 1, Bravo 1 arrival, descend to 3,500 feet, Bristol traffic.
Keep the autopilot in for a minute, shall we? Because I can't see a dratted thing. Beria, thank you, mate. Thank you for the €2 donation. Really appreciate that. Hope you're well.
132 will establish from the ILS runway 27 approach.
Bristol traffic easy 232, 3 mile final 407 27. The thing I haven't done is tune ground 121930. 21 30. I still can't see anything. Oh, alright, fine, you win. I'll just have to do an auto land. Fine. Just see some pappies.
EG195 downwind, runway 27, got a tuck in behind EXX 133, Bristol traffic.
Minimum.
Continue.
Bristol
My
traffic,
word.
shuttle 45 Whiskey is turning final now for runway 27, Bristol traffic.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
Only just in the limits, wasn't it? Flippin' heck. That's what you get for taking control too late. Should have been a go around really, 4 whites. I want to get to Nonce on time and back.
Bristol traffic EG195, turning left final, runway 27, 3,600.
Oof,
Bristol
right.
traffic.
There you go, there's that lump. Oof. Bristol traffic, not 232, vacated runway 27. Let's give ground a buzz, shall we? Iberia again with another €2. Thank you, buddy. Ground, good morning. Easy 232 with you on golf.
Easy 232 Bristol ground, very good morning. Great landing there. Taxi stand 5 via Golf and Zulu.
Stand 5, Golf and Zulu, easy 232. Ah. I felt like as soon as I took control, the ILS just dropped away from me. I don't like taking control that late, really, in a landing. I like to have a bit more time to, like, feel it, if you know what I mean. People have better luck at nonce.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cabin crew will shortly be leaving their seats to perform safety-related duties. However, we
Plan 5 via Golf and Zulu.
seatbelt sign has been switched off. Portable electronic devices for messaging, calls, or internet access may now be used. Please make sure you take all your personal belongings with you, checking in the seat pocket, underneath the seat, and in the overhead.
I was this close. I was this close to going around. I really should have done. Except I could feel like I was probably going to get a butter landing out of it, and I would just be within the touchdown zone.
Bristol ground EG 68
close, though.
Charlie, ready for pushback.
KG 68 uniform Charlie, roger. After the company A320 passes behind left to right on Zulu, stand 2-4, position start approved facing east.
Position start approved after the company passes from west to east on Zulu facing east. EG 68 uniform Charlie.
I wish all ATC would compliment landings. I couldn't tell if that was a serious compliment, because I don't feel like that was that good, to be honest. I mean, it was smooth, but it was in the wrong place. In my humble opinion. It's too far down the touchdown zone for my comfort zone. Fingers crossed we get a bit better visibility at Nantes. It was half genuine. Yeah, I feel like it was half a good landing. It was smooth enough. It was in the right place. Centre line-ish, but just, yeah, it's too far down. I just lost control of it. Should have... Here comes one. Who's this? This is Chanex. All day long. Oh no! You didn't like it either. So at least Chanex had the brains to go around, whereas I didn't. Probably tell GSX where we're going, shouldn't I? That might help. Yes, I always find it hard when you get poor visibility and then you disconnect at like 100 feet to go. I feel like that's... I like to have a bit of time to get used to the feel. And I know that's a poor excuse, but... we are where we are. Can't see the text because the that'll do. Foot. No, EasyJet made it. I had a funny feeling EasyJet was going to do alright. Sounded like Everything was under control in that cockpit. Okay, APU is fired, so that's good. Let's do engines off in that case, and we'll see what New Sky made of the landing. Just within limits, I would say. What do we got then? Great touchdown. 1.4G though. That sounds a bit hard. Look at that. Distance from threshold, 627 metres. Accepted range. Was the maximum.
Let you know. Anyway, speed Easy 195 to straight 827. Hello, ground.
Easy 195, Bristol ground. Very good afternoon. Taxi stand 6 via Golf and Zulu.
6 via Golf and Zulu.
That was alright. Had we been 5 feet more, or 5 metres more, that might have been a problem.
Easy 68 uniform Charlie, hold position. I'll call you back.
No, I don't want to manage the airline, I want to book a flight. Free flight.
Easy 195, hold short Zulu via Golf.
233.
Hold short Zulu via Golf. Easy 195.
Grizzle.
And Easy 68 uniform Charlie with no delay. Taxi holding point Alpha
Forgotten.
X-ray.
LFRS, that's what it is.
Zulu.
320
No
CFMs.
taxi, holding point Alpha X-ray via Zulu, Easy 68 uniform Charlie.
Ground Easy 195, can we hold Golf 3?
Easy 195, AFM hold Golf 3.
Let's do 20-minute turnaround. Make ourselves a sim brief plan. Thanks again, Iberia, for the donations. I really appreciate you for that.
Good morning again, Air Not 56 Tango, stand 3. A321, with information Foxtrot on board, request IFR clearance to Nantes Atlantique. S'il vous plaît.
Grumpy's doing the accent and everything.
Bonjour, Air Not 56 Tango, first Easy 195, taxi now stand 6 via Golf and Zulu.
6 Golf Zulu, Easy 195.
Grumpy's doing a Del Boy.
Tango, you cleared Nantes, Exmoor 1 Zulu, correction, Exmoor 1 X-ray departure, runway 27, squawk 5222, information Foxtrot is correct, QNH 90902.
I thought I might have got that in French. Readback is squawk 522 and cleared to Nantes Atlantique, Exmoor 1 X-ray departure and squawk 5222. Thank you very much.
Air 56 Tango, readback correct. Break Easy 68 uniform Charlie, Unicom 122.8. Enjoy your flight, bye-bye.
Okay, we're out of 27 on the Exmoor 1 X-ray.
Easy 68 uniform Charlie, Unicom 122.8. Enjoy your flight, bye-bye.
122.8 Unicom, thanks so much. Easy 68 uniform Charlie, bye-bye.
2-1 into Nantes on the Godin 1 Delta. Cost index 60. Flight level 230, is that it? Feels awful low, but okay. Yeah, 230. Fair enough. We can always adjust that on route. I mean, we're not going to be flying for that long, are we? Not really. You bored? A fault has been detected with my side stick. Ah, see? I knew there was something up with it. I knew there was... That's why we got that weirdness at Edinburgh, maybe. And probably why the runway dipped away from us so fast. Yes, the excuses are lining up. Love excuses. Convenient. Yeah. I live for my excuses. Airside, believe me. No, I don't know if you're watching it. As we were coming out of Edinburgh, all of a sudden, the nose of the aircraft just dipped. I was like, oh God, like pulling back. So something is not quite right. That is today's excuse. Might give New Sky another crack. Oh, you should, Jim.
A321, requesting clearance to North as well.
That's a Phoenix issue. I get it, and there's nothing wrong with the stick.
That was stand 1.
Nah, it's definitely a problem with the stick.
Stand 1.
Airlock 212, thanks. Cleared nonce, Exmoor 1 X-ray departure, runway 277505.
Sorry, that's way too loud.
QNH 992.
Cleared to north, Exmoor 1 X-ray departure, squawk 7505, and information Foxtrot is active, Airlock 212.
Airlock 212, read that correct.
What have I got on board? Foxtrot, and the QNH is 992. Right, 70 left on board. Oh, I need to sort out my thing. It always says the speed brakes disagree with the thingy bob. Let's take external power. Then we can lose the APU. We can turn the fuel pumps off, ready for refueling. Should be good.
Ground 45 Whiskey is with you at taxi 1 Golf.
Is Ryan down? Well done, Ryan.
Bristol ground break, good afternoon, taxi stands 32 via Golf. Stand 32 via Golf, shuttle 45 Whiskey.
What I should do, I should get you guys to vote for my excuses. That's what I should do. That's what I should do. That's a plan. Ground, good morning again. Easy 233, stand 5 with Foxtrot on board, type A320 with IFR clearance 2 knots.
Easy 233, Bristol ground, welcome back again, cleared nonce, Exmoor 1 X-ray departure, squawk 1070, Foxtrot is correct, QNH 992.
Good to nonce via the Exmoor 1 X-ray departure, squawk 1070, and Foxtrot is correct. Squawk is, QNH 992, easy 233.
Easy 233, we're back correct.
Just choked then, didn't I? Doesn't matter how many times you do a readback on
Easy 192, requesting clearance to Nantes. We are information Foxtrot, stand 2.
Come on, you lot, get off.
Bristol ground break, good afternoon, say your aircraft type.
A320, Easy 192.
Easy 192, thanks.
Do Easy have any 321s?
X-ray departure, squawk 1172, information Foxtrot, QNH 992.
Well done, Ryan.
Cleared to Nantes, Exmoor 1 X-ray departure. Squawk 1172, QNH 992, and information Foxtrot is correct. Easy 192.
Easy 192, read that correct. And verify CN32 for shuttle 45 Whiskey.
321 Neos.
Whiskey AFM stands 32 via Golf. 32 via Golf, shuttle 45 Whiskey, thank you.
Oh, I can't wait for Phoenix to do their Neos. Then I can land them badly as well. I do not want to deboard the crew, thank you. Do I need to reload SimBrief? I probably do, don't I? Reloading SimBrief. SimBrief, okay. Right, let's load the aircraft. Please do it. Please don't mess up. Hey, they're coming. No, they're not. Look at that insane realism, how that bus is turning. Is this real? No, obviously not. And yep, the bus is now going through the tanker. Just remarkable, really. Still, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? They got 319s too. Yeah, I've seen their 319s. I've just never ever seen a 321 easy. But then I always fly out of, well, I say always, mostly fly out of Bristol. So I guess it's going to be 321, 320s, Neos and COs, isn't it? For the most part. For the most part. Here they come. Right, I'm going to go and let the dog out in the garden real quick. Grab a coffee. And then we will take ourselves to Nantes. Hopefully the joystick won't cause us any more problems. I'm sure it wasn't the joystick, but I just need an excuse. Anyway, see you in a minute. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy the views.
Bristol Ground is a 212 with you, stand 8 Echo with Foxtrot on board, type A320 with clearance to Nantes, please.
Easy 212 Bristol Ground, very good afternoon. Just stand by, I'm checking something with your flight plan.
We'll go.
IG212, you filed an initial altitude of 250. I can only give you up to 230 for your initial altitude, although you can climb higher later. Is that alright with you?
230 is fine, it's 212.
212, thanks. Cleared Nantes, XML 1 X-ray departure, squawk 6355, information Golf, QNH 992.
Cleared via XML 1 X-ray departure, squawking 6355, will copy Golf and QNH is 992, easy 212.
212, read that correct. Control station standby, just 1 minute. Control station's ground is back.
It's still loading, flipping out.
Good afternoon. You can taxi to stand 10 via Golf and Zulu.
Golf and Zulu, stand 10, Channel 133.
Dom, thank you for the donation. Sorry I was making coffee when you sent it. I really appreciate it though.
And Bristol Ground, hello. Easy 27 Juliet X-rays of type A320 at stand.
Am I a vaccine? Yes I am.
Golf is on board.
mode with QNH 992. Request Alpha goes to Olbia Tower, please.
82 Juliet X-ray.
Mackham.
Very good afternoon. Cleared Olbia, Hawthorne 1 X-ray departure, runway 27, squawk 5467, information Golf QNH 992.
How you doing, Mackham? Good weekend?
Cleared Olbia via the Hawthorne 1 X-ray departure, squawk 5467, ET2 Juliet X-ray.
What's going on there?
27 Juliet X-ray, read back correct.
Fuel's done. People are nearly done. What the cargo? What's cargo doing? Oh, here it comes. Those frames today are not good. Was all my controls easy to set up and map? To be honest, the joystick, yes. The yoke, all default really for the most part. The throttles is where it gets complicated. Now I use a piece of software. Let me show you. Called spad.next. And what you do in the sim, you unmap everything from your throttles. So when you like move all your throttles and levers, it does nothing. It does absolutely nothing. And then you basically hand it all over to spad.next. So you can go into your pieces of hardware. There we go. And then you can go to online snippets. And you can download profiles that are tailored by a plane-by-plane basis. So I can download a 737 profile, and somebody has made a 737 profile that works great with this throttle. And then I can get an A320 profile that obviously makes it work as you'd expect it to work. I got a 777 profile, I've got a A300 profile, and it auto detects the plane you're in and then switches. So it's very, very cool. A2937, whatever that was. Hello. Thank you for subbing, following. It does cost money though, Spad, but it is very, very handy. So here, look, I've got all my profiles, all my different planes. I've got A777, A300, A350, ATR, fly-by-wire A320, A380, the Innie Builds 2024 planes. And you can see it's got the little red plane by the Phoenix, because it knows I'm in the Phoenix. And it auto-swapped me into it. Very, very, very good bit of software. Very good bit of software.
Negative, any available will be okay.
So you unmap it in the sim.
69 November Lima, Roger, taxi stands.
So you have to go through and like unbind all the stuff. So like in the sim it would have like flaps would be set to this thing, and then you delete that. Delete all the things. I think there is a delete all button. And then that way the sim and SPAD won't conflict, because if SPAD is sending instructions, like when you move the throttles to increase the throttle, and the sim is also sending the same signal, your throttles could start dithering and stuff like that. There you go. Roy's saying it is the best tool you can get if you have a lot of devices. And it's got other advantages, like this radio panel here from Logitech, which is okay. It's an alright radio panel. It's not the greatest. Am I looking to upgrade it? Probably. But the point is, the biggest issue with this Logitech radio panel is that it was made years and years ago by Saytech. Logitech bought out Saytech, however you're supposed to say it, Saytech. And it's the same bit of hardware, just rebadged, and it's donkey's years old. But as a result, you notice how our frequencies here in the plane have got 6 digits, so 121.930. This was made so long ago, it's only got 5 digits. So SPAD basically shifts everything over one place, because all the frequencies start with a 1. So it moves everything over one decimal place. So on my radio panels, instead of 121.930, it says 21.930, such that the frequency bit that matters fits. Wouldn't have been able to do that. I couldn't have done that without SPAD. It's very clever. I'm always badgering Wingflex, who've made this little thing here, the autopilot FCU thing. I'm always like, guys, when are you going to give it SPAD support? Because when it gets SPAD support, guess what? We can use it with a Boeing. Potentially. Easy 233. Cost index 60. Cruise 230. Whoop, not 320. 230, you wally. There we go. Wind. Night, Ryan. Thanks for flying, mate. Did a very good video on it for the 737, which worked. Is that the one where I show it with SPAD or without SPAD? Oh, cheers, Tom. Thank you, mate. Appreciate you. Right, what am I doing? Departure 27, Exmoor 1 X-ray. Into Nantes, we are planning for a, what was it? Runway 21. Is that only RNAV on the 21? It is, isn't it? Let's do an RNAV 21 via the Godin 1 Delta. Just import my flight into Navigraph a minute. Just FYI, the reason your cruise is 230 is because of the UK airspace restrictions, which limit that route to 230. Once out of UK airspace, you can climb higher. Nice. Mind you, once I'm out of UK airspace, I'm not going to be that far from being there, am I? I didn't know that, though. I'd often wondered why it's... I quite often see 230, and I'm always like, why is that? Now we know.
Bristol ground, air not 212, stand 1, ready for vision, start.
With SPAD, yeah. Yeah, SPAD changed everything for me. It's so good. Such an amazing bit of software.
Not 212, stand 1.
Hey, we're loaded.
Approved facing east.
Vision start face east, air not 212.
Gonna get the APU fired, so fuel pumps on. Passengers strapped in. Master switch on. Wait 1, 2, and 3. Whoops. Good. That can be starting while we're doing this bit. Departure performance 27. Why can't I sync the load sheet? I've had this before. How did I get around this? Why can't I sync the load sheet, everybody?
Easy 212 at 8 Echo, ready for start.
Easy 212, stand 8 Echo, start up approved, call for taxi.
Start approved and we'll call for taxi, easy 212.
Why won't it do that? Do a flex takeoff? Yeah, we normally do. Although Bristol might have its own set of things going on. How you doing, Spencer? Yeah, there's a trial of SPAD, I think, Flyhawk. I think it gives you 14 days. So you should be able to assess whether... Zero fuel weight is 60,997. .2 gross weight 66,715. What does the Mac bit mean?
And Bristol ground, easy 67 Juliet, stay ready for Bristol ground.
Easy 27 Juliet X-ray, roger, stand 12, push and start approved facing south.
Just start approved face south.
That's going to be 66.7. 30.7.
Bristol Tango, Phoenix 144, ready to check.
SLX 144, Bristol ground, very good afternoon, readability 5.
Phoenix 144, information hotel report 5.
That wasn't 5.
SLX 144, safe stand number and aircraft type, please.
Flaps 3, down 0.5.
Shanks 144, roger. Cleared nonce, X-1 X-ray departure, runway 27, squawk 6010. Information hotel, QNH 90902.
Clear to launch via the X-1 X-ray departure, runway 27, squawk 6010. Information hotel, QNH 90902, Shanks 144.
Shanks 144, read back correct.
Good, APU started, just get beacon on.
Airnaut 212, ready for taxi.
Airnaut 212, roger, taxi, holding point Alpha X-ray, runway 27 via Zulu.
Alpha X-ray via Zulu, Airnaut 212.
Co-pilot's always in flip-flops, Ashley. He loves it. He comes with us everywhere.
We are ready for pushback.
He loves it. Right, are we going to have time to get back? I think we probably will, as long as we don't hang around too much.
Check completed.
Is Beyond ATC and SimBrief easy to use and set up? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, SimBrief is like a staple, really. Like, you need to be using SimBrief for your flight plans, 100%. And Beyond ATC is easy enough to use. I'd like to do a video actually revisiting Beyond ATC in 2025 because it is a long time since I've done a video on it.
Locking gear.
Easy 192, requesting push to start.
ID 192, roger, stand 2, push and start approved, facing east.
Push and start approved, facing east, easy 192.
Ground easy 233, stand 5, ready for push and start.
ID 233, stand 5, push and start approved, facing south.
Push and start approved, facing south, easy 233.
Airnaut 212, Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
122.8, thanks for
Nose
the
left.
ATC, see you next
Tail
time.
right.
Bye-bye.
Shanks 144, perfect. Correction, Northwest engine.
Shanks 144, negative, standby, I'll call you back.
Roger, Shanks 144.
I need to start new sky.
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross check.
Oh no. Love it. Just dropped my notepad on the floor. That's better. Any tips to avoid stuttering? I've got FPS guides on the website, on YouTube. Or settings guides, I should say. Probably your best bet. Good.
And please observe the cabin crew member closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety features of our Airbus A320 aircraft. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A320.
And EG270 X-ray, Bristol ground.
And crew instructions including the following safety procedures. The
ID
safety
No worries,
270, X-ray, confirm you're ready, taxi.
Set parking.
Yeah, we're ready for taxi, but the Chanex 737 in front seems to, might be a Sinu glitch, but we're unable to taxi past them. Because of the Sinu difference, we might need to taxi to like stand 15 and 16, if that's available.
out the exits nearest to you. Please be aware that your nearest usable exit may be behind you.
ID 270 X-ray, if you'd like to do that, you can. Otherwise, you can taxi. In fact, you could taxi into stand 11 and wait for EG212 to start up and taxi through stand 8.
As shown. It must be fastened whenever the seat
Yeah, we'll do that. Through stand 11 and stand 8, is that available?
fails.
27 Juliet X-ray affirmative, so taxi stands 1-1, and I'll call you back once the EZ212 is pushed. Correction, taxi delay. Roger, taxi to stand 1-1, EZ27 Juliet X-ray.
Grumpy gone. Who's on the ground at Bristol? Who's that taken off? That is James. Oh, Grumpy's still on the ground. Lovely. 2 good engine starts.
When outside, inflate it by pulling the toggle. If it fails to inflate or needs topping up, blow into this tube. There is a light and whistle for attracting attention. The cabin crew can...
Select 144 after the EasyJet A320 taxi into stand 1-1, stand 1-0.
Oh, okay, fair enough, Grumpy.
Facing south.
After the company traffic, passing right to left, so should start taxi.
Morning, OG. EZ232, ready for taxi. Correction, EZ233, ready for taxi.
EZ233, thanks. Taxi on point Alpha X-ray runway 27 via Zulu.
Alpha X-ray for 27 via Zulu, EZ233. I knew I was going to say 232 at some point.
Ready for taxi?
EZ192, roger, hold position, call you back.
Hold position, EZ192.
EZ212, also ready for taxi.
EZ212, roger, hold position, call you back.
Hey, Interloper, you alright? What's my specs on my computer? If you go to airnot.co.uk/setup, you'll be able to see it, but briefly it's the 9800 X3D, 7900 XTX. Why aren't we moving? We must be like really heavy or something because we are not moving, or there's like a scenery glitch. I've really got to keep my throttles up.
Taxi holding point Alpha X-ray runway 27 via Zulu.
Taxi to holding point Alpha X-ray, short to runway 27 via Zulu, EZ193.
Bravo X-ray, we want Alpha X-ray.
Bristol Grand, Airnot 56 Tango, stand 3, request push and start.
Airnot 56 Tango after the EasyJet A320 passes on Zulu, stand 3, push and start approved facing east.
After EZ192 has passed, cleared push and start.
EZ233, Unicom 122 decimal 8, enjoy your flight, bye bye.
Unicom, thanks very much for your ATC, EZ233. Right, we'll sit tight for a minute. What are we at now? 11:45.
Cabin crew seats for takeoff.
I'm hoping we're going to have time to get back. Might be a bit tight, but I think we will. Anything on final? Nope. Nothing. Oh, who was that? Osgrilla, cheers. Thank you for raiding. We have a party of 10. Appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. Bristol traffic, EZ233 lining up and taking off runway 27 on an Exmore 1 X-ray departure. Bristol traffic. Yo. Tara. Lights. Come on. Why can't I bring the lights up? There they go. Now they're on. How was your stream, Osgorilla? There's another lump in that scenery. Take all the runway here, I think. We will do a flex takeoff. Here, I messed up that turn. Okay. Bristol traffic, easy 233, taking off runway 27, X4, 1 X-ray, Bristol. Let's rock and roll. SRS green, auto thrust blue, man flex 55. This is what I mean about the lumpiness.
Bristol traffic, easy 192, lining up runway 27.
Up and away. Positive climb. Gear up. Flaps 2, levers climb. Bristol traffic, easy 233, airport 1 out of 27, export 1 X-ray, passing 2,200 feet, Bristol traffic. Okay, let's see if the plane decides to nosedive again like it did out of Edinburgh. Don't think it should do. Could have been some weather loading in, I suppose. That might have been it. I don't know. Away.
Bristol Shop, traffic Sonic 144, taxi north by Alpha Action 97, running aircraft.
We recommend keep your seatbelt on. Toilets are located at each end.
Fingers crossed. Conditions are a bit better in Nonce.
EU192 taking off runway 27, Bristol traffic.
And Bristol traffic behind departing company A320 will line up and wait behind via Alpha X-ray 212 Bristol traffic.
Bristol traffic, EG270 X-ray, holding short runway 27 via Alpha X-ray, Bristol.
The stack of aircraft behind me is going to be crazy. How many is there? Like 4? Bit of autopilot now, I think, so I can clean things up. Is there anything ahead of me? There's you. Where are you? You're going to be going right across me. What height are you at? 360. We should be alright. Bristol traffic, easy 233, passing Somot, climbing now, flight level 230, Bristol traffic.
Bristol traffic, easy 192 is cleared runway 27 and passing the Hudson feet.
We're off to Nantes, Jonathan. We've got some new scenery as well. I'm excited to see what the new scenery's like. Should be good, that. No, taking it easy. How you doing, Ronald? Sorry, Matt, I didn't say. I don't know how long you've been sat there in chat. I was hand flying.
Bristol traffic, easy 212 departing 27 Bristol.
Tiger says, what's my FPS with that setup? Mid-50s? It depends what you do. Like looking out the wing. Yeah, 50-ish. If you move your mouse, though, in the circle, it drops to like 30-odd. Then you stop moving the mouse, it goes back up. Right, 10,000 feet. We'll get round this next turn at Exmoor. And we will let the scumbags out. Is this the Innie? No, it's the Phoenix.
Bristol traffic, easy 1902 is climbing to cruising altitude of 230. Bristol traffic.
Bristol traffic, 27
Yeah, it feels like we're very, very close to getting about 60 FPS consistently. Most of the time. Oh, airside, that's a good question. If we do come back, what time will it be? So, let's work it out. We are due in to Nantes at 11:37 UTC, so I make that 12:37, so call it 20 to 1. Leave Nantes at 10 past 1, give it another hour-ish back. It's going to be getting on for maybe half 2? Half 2? If I had to guess. Yeah, I'm hoping we're going to have time to get back, because that'd be really nice. Oh. Ever since BFU, it always complains about that. How's your stream design coming on, Ronald? Is it all going all right?
And Bristol traffic, easy 270 DXA, clear, 27, passing through, flat 2.
Greetings from Egypt. Damn. We should fly to Egypt on the sim, shouldn't we? It's a longer route than you would think, though, isn't it, Egypt? I always think of Egypt as probably not being all that far, but actually it's quite a long way. It's got to be a good 4 hours, isn't it, to Egypt on a plane from the UK? How you? Yeah, I saw when I nipped in to make a coffee, Ronald. I saw you'd sent something about that. How are you doing that? What software's giving you the data? Ironically, Bordeaux Centre is online, just not Nantes. Ah, well. Never mind. To Berlin, it's like 4.5, give or take. Yeah, so it's going to be roughly that, isn't it, from the UK? Cairo's a nice default airport, 4.5 hours. Or maybe we could start somewhere part way. Where'd be a good place to start, sort of on... sorry. Right. Egypt, where are you? You're down here, aren't you? What's the code for Cairo? Where is Cairo geographically? Is that it? That's got to be it, right? God blimey, that's a big old airport, isn't it? Look at that. And you say it's a good default, so it's a handcrafted one, is it? Have a look at Sim Toolkit Pro, Ronald. That's how I did mine. I mean, I've made mine much, much smaller these days with the new stream design, but when I used to have it on the top bar that went all the way along the top, I mean, I don't use Sim Toolkit Pro for anything other than to get that information out of it. I don't use it for like tracking, like in a Volanta style thing or anything like that. I just want the data. That's all. Thanks very much. I mean, some Turkey Egypt ops would be cool, wouldn't it? Istanbul to Cairo, or Athens, or I mean, to be honest, Ronald, I don't know it that well either. I just know that it gives, if you give it the sim brief for your flight, it will give you the little top bar thing. So all I did was write my own custom CSS thing to adjust the layout. And then sort of overlaid that over my own graphics. While cruising, can you give us a crash course for newbies? Crash course on what? Flying the plane? That's quite a big topic. But learn how to do a cold and dark. I learnt by using, because I started on the A320X. A crash course, yeah. Roy says crash in capital letters. Wrong choice of words, perhaps. I mean, keep in mind, when I started this channel, I was probably in the same boat as you, Flyhawk, which wasn't that long ago, not really. Well, I didn't really know what I was doing. To the point where I was using the default A320. I'd heard about this A32NX thing. I'd heard about it, but I was like, oh, I don't know what that is. And then I figured, probably you just want to stick with the official planes, because the official ones are probably going to be much better than what anyone else could make. That's what I thought, genuinely. I can't believe how wrong I was in that. It's crazy. Who better to make a plane than the official developer of the sim? Like, obviously they're going to be the best planes. You don't want any of these third-party ones. Ask him for trouble. That's honestly what I thought. Then I ran into some problems with the default A320. Just odd behaviour on takeoff. Things like that. So that's what got me into the fly-by-wire A320NX. When I would take off in the default A320, and this isn't the AnyBuilds one that we have now, this is like the one before, it would just veer to the left on takeoff, and no matter how much rudder I'd give it, I couldn't correct it. And I looked at all like the auto rudder settings, all that stuff. I couldn't figure it out. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to get the A32NX because maybe that just won't do that. And it didn't. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm over here now then. And that was that. And then one time I went to start from the gate and the plane wouldn't work. And I was like, oh, damn it, it's broken. But of course it wasn't broken. It was a cold and dark situation. I just didn't know how to do a cold and dark. So I was like, damn it. Fine, let's learn how to do a cold and dark. And I went to Fly-by-Wires. They've got like a little knowledge base online, and they've got a little guide that kind of talks you through it. But basically, batteries, external power, align your navs, emergency oxygen crew supply, no smoking, arm the emergency lights. Import your flight plan from SimBrief. So go to the SimBrief website, make your flight plan, link your SimBrief account with the plane. So I think in the MCDU or the EFB you've got to type in your SimBrief account so it can make the link. Then the plane will pull in your flight plan. Set up your departure, set up your arrival. The Phoenix is very, very nice because if you do it all with GSX, as you saw with this page here, the mass and balance page, if you click on the left hand side, you've got all the figures that get pulled in from SimBrief. So SimBrief have decided we're having 180, or sorry, no, New Sky decided we're going to have 180 passengers with this much cargo and therefore this much fuel. We then make a SimBrief plan with that data from New Sky. That gets pulled into here. Then there's a load of GSX, and then GSX will load the plane according to these figures. It's very nice. Do you have any ways to fix the WASM crashes in the INI A340? Because I've had 2 in the same flight. Oh dear, Thomas. No, I've not had any WASM crashes yet. It was my understanding that the A340 was a little bit less prone to it than the 350. So I couldn't say. Sorry, mate. When you land, could you talk us through the next takeoff prepping process? Yeah, sure. Although a turnaround is going to be different than starting from scratch. Because obviously, starting from scratch, you don't need to redo for the turnaround. I used to find that really hard. Actually, like I used to find a turnaround harder than a cold and dark because I'd rehearsed a cold and dark so much that a turnaround I was like, okay, so which bits don't I need to do? It was a different flow. Oh no, OBS says it's disconnected. Can you still see me and hear me? Thomas Roy in Twitch chat suggests that you might want to make sure you've updated to version 1.0.1. Right, let's see this conga line. Have we got a line behind us or not? Grumpy's... Who's in front? Is that James? Yeah, I thought it was James. James is over Guernsey already. And there's me. Then there's Ben. Then there's Arnav. And then there's Grumpy. It's really not that far, is it? I mean... What are we, like a third of the way there already? Yeah, there's Bordeaux. Brilliant. It's alright, we'll still have a nice time on our own. I haven't had a response yet, Roy, so I'll keep you posted. Ground spoilers at arm still. Struggling with the ground spoilers a little bit in this plane. Post BFU. Maybe that I need to get a new profile from SPAD. 136 miles until we're there. I haven't done an RNAV approach into Nantes, I think, in forever. Have a little look at the charts, shall we? Alright then. Curved runway, hard landing risk. Right. That's an excuse. Hey Joanna. Final approach track offset 12 degrees from runway centerline. So is this a circle to land then? Kind of. Thank you for responding on New Sky. I say, oh, no problem. It was really lucky, actually. I was in New Sky doing some bits and pieces, and then I saw your message come through. Quite often it's difficult with New Sky, because it's not like it's an app on your iPhone or something where you get a push notification when someone messages you. I just have to log in, and if I see a message, I just have to hope that I haven't been away from it for too long. if you know what I mean. Yeah, so this looks like we have to we visual it from MRS 21. Do not align on runway axis before 1 mile to MRS 21. Wow. So we have to do a last minute turn. Roy says the reason I was asking him is because they fixed some WASM crashes in the latest version. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Roy. We need to be height-wise. I think this approach takes us over the city. Fairly certain, because when we stayed there on holiday, our house thing that we rented was literally on this little bit of pokey out land, I think. Oh, nice one, Aiden. Well done, mate. Yeah, we were sort of like over here somewhere. There's my mouse. Yeah, sort of like here, I think. Because I remember like twice a day we'd see the beluga, which was very cool. The beluga is included in the scenery I've got as well, which I'm looking forward to seeing. But when we got the train into the city... Where's the city? I think the city's up here. Yeah. Because there was the train line went over the water and this island in the middle. And I remember seeing planes come in over us, and I remember thinking, oh, they're on an RNAV. My wife's like, what? And I was like, never mind. That's cool. Calypsia, good so far. Bristol was a bit interesting. We had visibility down to like 900 feet, and then I took control and it all felt a bit rushed. Andrew says, no, I would love to get your opinion on this. I believe you're currently on the 7900 XTX. Correct. Because you wanted the extra VRAM for the sim to run better. However, do you think the sim has improved, and would you consider recommending something like a 5070 Ti with 16 gigs of VRAM, or would you go 7900 XTX for a new user? Oh man, I got so many thoughts. So right now, we are using 12.4 gigs of VRAM. So right now, we'd be okay. Like, if I was to go in, my 4080's in the house. That's in my inside PC now. I know that sounds like such a flex, but it's really, yeah, it's like I could either sell it or I could keep it and use my old parts and have another PC for in the house, which I use for all my editing work and stuff. It's working out really well. Anyway, that aside, right now we would be okay on our 4080 Super. However, at Edinburgh this morning, keep in mind we're on the Sim Update 4 beta as well right now. At Edinburgh this morning, connected to VATSIM with GSX doing all of its stuff and this and that, we were up at 16.7, I think. And you might think, oh, that's only 700 megabytes over. It's like, no, it's actually a lot more than that, because oftentimes you will find on a 16 gig card, once you get into the sim, maybe 13.8 is available to the sim, or maybe 14.1 or 14.2 or maybe 13.9, I don't know, something in that range, you know. Because obviously Windows takes some for itself. Windows has to manage it with other applications that need VRAM. I don't know, maybe you've got Volanta on a second monitor, maybe you've got Navigraph Charts on a second monitor. I don't know, but more often than not I would end up with about 13, high 13s, 13.9. Sometimes I'd get lucky and get like 14.2. But either way, 16.7 at Edinburgh this morning, we would have been in trouble. Now, on a 16 gig card, it's not going to use 16.7. It's going to probably cap out at like 14. And the number will turn red in the little display thing I've got up now, and you'll just have rubbish performance until either you clear that area, or sometimes it's so bad that it just locks into this awful mode of like 7 FPS and you just can't get out of it unless you reboot the sim. Now, granted, I'm at 4K. If I was at 1440p, you might get away with it. But even then, there's times I've seen it at Edinburgh at 1440p. Go back and look at some of my videos where I've done testing. The VRAM can get very high at somewhere like Edinburgh, even at 1440p. And I'm fairly certain it's all because 2024 uses DirectX 12. Because if you go back into 2020, go into DX11 mode, I can be at 4K with all the bells and whistles, and I can maybe be using like 5, 6 or 7 gigs of VRAM. Turn it into DX12 within 2020 and it goes way up. So I'm fairly certain it's a DX12 thing. But the trouble is with 2024, you can't use DX11, it has to be 12. Clips here, the side stick, the bit you can see is from FS Projects. The bit underneath that actually makes it feel like the way it feels is the Moser AB9 joystick base, and it is phenomenal. Phenomenal. How you doing, Airbus Cap? So yeah, very long answer. I would not feel good recommending a 16 gig card to anyone right now and saying don't worry, you'll be fine, because I don't think in my heart of hearts you will be. I also notice that if you look at the development thing on Flight Sim from Asobo, that little table of stuff, like basically it's like a table of issues that they're working on, and they say whether it's fixed or it's in progress, and it'll be fixed in, I don't know, Sim Update 5 or whatever. You notice there's the VRAM bug, and that has been there since Sim Update 1, and it said will be, you know, in progress for Sim Update 2, and it was between Sim Update 1 and Sim Update 2 that I got the 7900 XTX, and I made the video about it, and I said this is why I did it, for the extra VRAM, so on and so forth, and everyone was like, yeah I know, but in Sim Update 2 they're going to fix the VRAM bugs. So wasn't that a bit of a waste or a bit premature? And I was like, maybe, but I kind of feel like this VRAM thing's going to be kicking around for a long time, and lo and behold I checked it the other day and it said VRAM bug in progress, Sim Update 5. So it's just being kicked down the road, you know. I think I said in my video it wouldn't surprise me if like Sim Update 9 we're still talking about it, and honestly we're halfway to that point now, so I don't feel bad at all about jumping ship. Would I prefer an Nvidia 24 gig card? Absolutely I would, but I didn't want to pay for one, so I'm on an AMD card. And that's kind of where I'm at, really. Now, if I was in the position that some of you are in right now, looking at a graphics card, I would be sitting tight and waiting until Nvidia come out with their 50 series Super range, because if the rumours are correct, the 5080 Super is going to have 24 gigs of VRAM, which in my opinion is what the 5080 should have been in the first place. Then you can have an Nvidia card that has all the nice Nvidia features that we've all come to love, the Nvidia stability, because let's be real, this 7900 XTX, unless I undervolt it, is not stable. It will crash and you'll get graphics driver timeouts and blah 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 blah. And I think the 5070 Ti is also rumoured to have 24 gigs as well. So I'd be sitting tight for that. It's like, yes, I have the 7900 XTX and it is good, it has solved my problem. But if I were doing it again, I'd be... Put it this way, if Grumpy offered me the 7900 XTX all over again right now, I would say thanks very much, but I want to see what Nvidia does. 1001. Temperature 17. 240 and 10. And what's the Barrow? $827. Landing weight is going to be 64.2 tons, which is the same as last time. Low auto brake should do the trick nicely. I think the 5070 Ti Super might have 24 gigs as well though, Andrew, so keep an eye for that one as well. $30 miles. Hello, J-Space. Thinking of doing a long haul from Atlanta to Johannesburg with the A350. That's going to be some time, isn't it? Yeah, that's the only trouble with the 7900 XTX. It solved my problem completely. But I do have to undervolt it, otherwise it crashes. And I think that is so bad that I have to do that. Let's just double check our routing in. Easy. Eclipse says Supers are going to be hard to get right after they release them, probably until next year sometime, so I got a 5080 for now, waiting for 60 series. Yep, you're probably not wrong. Scalpers are going to scalp. Is this my full-time job? It's my part-time job. This is my part-time job, and I have another part-time job to make a full-time job. Would I love this to be my full-time job? Hell yeah, I would. Are we trying to work towards that? Yes, we are. Are we there yet? Maybe. Don't know. Maybe I just need to grow a set of balls and leave my actual job and go full-time at this and maybe see if it works. This may be the perfect stream to listen to during work. Thank you. Keep up the good stuff. Thanks, mate. I'll change the music for some death metal or something in a minute, shall I? See how you feel about that then. Don't forget the full-time job with the kids. Yeah. Well, that's it, to be honest, Ronald. Like, I feel like if I look at my life in like the time that where my time goes, I feel like it's a. If you look at it like a pie chart, it's basically like thirds, really. 1/3 sorting out kid stuff, 1/3 jobby job, 1/3 this. So if I could make this 1/3 into the 2/3, that would be ideal. Just send the kids to boarding school. Send them away. Come back when you're bigger. It was really weird, actually. My kids were they got taken to a boarding school for like a special day out. Like the boarding school laid on this thing. I forget what it was. It was like a sporting day where they invite, you know, all the normal schools out to them and they host them for the day and all that sort of stuff. And my kid came back and he's like, it's really weird there. Like, it was absolutely huge. There were so many buildings and like it all looked like people were living there. I was like, yes, because they were living there. He was like, what? Look, the kids? I was like, yeah. Like, what, they don't go home? I was like, some of them might do, like, that live locally, but a lot of them, they will, you know, some of them come from overseas, they'll come from all different parts of the country, and that's kind of their home. And he just, it's just like, you could just see, it's like, does not compute. Does not compute. Couldn't get that into his head at all. Nonce traffic, easy 233, 23 miles inbound Godin, flight level 230, descending now for 3,000 feet. for an hour nav approach into runway 21 on the Golden 1 Delta departure, not traffic. (2020 versus 24). Increasingly, I'd be leaning towards 24 now. Hey, Farron. Oh, from Hibicus. Where's Hibicus? Just ordered the Moser AB9 base. Flippin' heck, Flyhawk. Dropping the cash. So they do... hang on. Moser will sell you one of these. This is the MA3X. It really depends whether you like to fly left-handed or right-handed. This is a right-handed stick. So if you like to fly right-handed, this would be perfect. I really like this stick, and I think the price is very reasonable as well, really, for what you're getting. If they did a left-handed version, and I think I said this in the review, if they did a left-handed version and I could just pop this on what I have here, I probably would not have gone to the expense of buying the FS Project stick. So what I have here that I'm flying with Hawk is an FS Project stick. If you Google FS Projects, you'll find their website, but basically they're built to order, very expensive side sticks. Yeah, so this is FS Projects. This is the Moser MA3X. Personally, if you fly right-handed, there's not a lot wrong with the MA3X. Yes, I know it doesn't look like a real Airbus stick, but equally it still looks quite a nice solution. Cheers, Super. Super P Potato, is that? Which version? I've got the version 1, I believe, for the Thrustmaster base. So I used to fly this stick on top of my Thrustmaster Ava base. But it also fits on the Moser, which is damn lucky. I was so relieved when Moser said, like, oh yeah, that'll work. I was like, oh, thank God. Ever play 2020 these days? Occasionally when I want to fly the 737-800, but I think once it comes over to 24, I'm pretty much done, I think, for 2020. I fly left because I've got the Thrustmaster throttle, same as you. Yeah, I mean, you can fly right if you wanted to. But yeah, I like to fly left, personally. But yeah, I'm always on to the people at Moser. Like, I've got someone there that I talk to. I'm like, please, please, please put this in your CAD software, flip it, and make a left-handed version. Please. Like, please, Moser, come on. So far, it hasn't happened. I'll break them eventually. Hey, Viking. How'd you join VATSIM? Go to vatsim.net, I think. You have to do a little test. It's more of a quiz, but then you'll be good. Yeah, so the Verpil's a manufacturer of joystick base, so it's I ordered the HOTAS magnetic base one, which is like Thrustmaster's Warthog base, but it's also compatible with the Ava base from Thrustmaster, and it's also then compatible with the Moser, because Moser used the same screw. But don't get the Verpil one, because that will not work.
Not 212 on base for Nate, runway 21 on approach.
Is the side stick compatible with the Thrustmaster base? Yes. I've used this very stick with my Ava base. Want the new wind wing throttle for the Airbus? Yeah, I bet you do. Looks good, doesn't it? Is Flight Sim 24 stable enough now then? And is the graphics much better? The thing I noticed with the graphics mostly is the ray trace shadows, and the clouds and the skies look a bit different, which I quite like. Cheers, Plumbing. You got a 45-inch OLED 5K monitor. Damn. I think that's the same one Grumpy's got. Is that an ultra-wide one? Am I going to buy the Wing throttles to replace the Thrustmaster? Perhaps when it can just be easily purchased from, you know, just like the UK store. Maybe. I don't feel in any particular rush, to be honest. Because I feel like, well, I know, like, let's be real, it is better than this, right? Like, 100%, it's going to be better. But at the same time, this isn't bad. And I already own this. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll cave in the new year and buy it. I probably will, to be clear. But I think what I more wanted was a tiller. And I got really confused with when they launched it, when they launched the throttles, because I thought the tillers were coming out at the same time. And they weren't. Apparently they're coming later. So the tiller's what I want, because the tiller, I can put it right here. I've got a lovely little spot just for a tiller in my pedestal. And I should be able to bury it so that we just see the handle poking through, much like we just see the stick poking up.
Not 212 on final runway 21.
Thrustmaster have the 6 detents Airbus needs. They lack, Thrustmaster lacks idle reverse. It's the one thing they lack. Hey Airbus, what are you doing? Business expense. That is one of the perks, I suppose, isn't it? I fly better. Okay. What is going on here?
Knots traffic, not 212, landing on runway 21, knots traffic.
Let's try that again, shall we? 210 knots. It seemed like manage mode, it decided to make me go faster. HOTAS magnetic base from Thrustmaster or only the Ava? Don't understand what you mean. Knots is online, unfortunately, on Aveo, not Vatsin. Oh. Darn. Should turn on the terrain radar, shouldn't we? I don't know is the honest answer. Arco. Okay, we need to be at 210 at this turn. Oops, our QNH 1001. Let's go speed 180. What's traffic? Easy 233 turning final for runway 21, 10 miles to, 12 miles to run and slowing speed 180 knots, and we'll maintain 160 until 5 knots traffic.
Knots traffic, not 212, vacated runway 21, knots traffic.
Visibility looks a bit iffy again, doesn't it? So that's fun. Let's go 160. Yeah, so we're coming over the city now. Right, this is the thing I always get. I get the bricks, and then the flight directors disagree. So I never know quite what to do here. Yeah, so here's the island that you sort of go over on the train. Oh, visibility stinks. Okay, let's get gear down, lights on. Cannot turn for final until we're within 1 mile of this next waypoint, MRS 21. Knots traffic, easy 233 on approximately 5 mile final for runway 21. Knots traffic. Yeah, should the flight directors be aligning with where it wants us to go right now? Feels like maybe it should. Okay, gear down, auto brake low. Lights are on, flaps full. I do remember thinking actually when we were in Nantes, like how low the planes were at this point. Like they were really low as they were coming in to land on this approach. Still must not turn final yet because we are still not within 1 mile of MRS 21. Oh my god, this is like the day of bad weather landings for us, isn't it?
100 above. Minimum.
Continue. Cannot see a sodding thing. Okay, there's the runway. Yeah, that wasn't going to work, was it? Brilliant. Let's go around. Knots traffic, easy 233, going around. Terrific. Oh, dearie me. IRL, you would have turned off the flight directors when you started to fly manually. Where to next? Well, back to nonce at this rate. So then, how on earth are we going to get here? Cheers, have fun.
No, it's traffic EV1902 turning for final and approximately 10 miles out. Not traffic.
Right, after RS410. Nonce traffic, caution, incredibly poor visibility into runway 21.
Roger, thanks for that. EV1902.
I'll have to divert back to Bristol. Should we just go straight back to Bristol? No ILS on 2-1, that's the trouble. If we were on the other runway, we could. Okay, so my plan is to do the go-around procedure out to here. I go direct to Knighton now. Nonce traffic EZ233, 4,000 feet on the go-around procedure, now flying direct to Knighton. Divert to Paris. If I go back to Bristol, how long will the flight be? About an hour. Don't know where my divert was. LFBH, which is just down the road. No idea where that is. La Rochelle.
No, traffic EZ1902 is on short final, approximately 2 miles out. Not traffic.
I will be waiting to hear if we hear a go around or runway 21 vacated. Give it one more go. Who knows, the weather might have passed by then. Our hopes of getting back to Bristol, though, are quickly vanishing, aren't they, with all of this? Like, we should be at the gate by now, getting everyone off, getting ready to turn around. Guessing it's just not possible to land on the other runway, is it? With the wind being what it is. Go away, Google Workspace ad. Yeah, runway 03 just ain't gonna happen today, is it? What are they doing in real life? That's the question. Yeah, they're doing it. Look in real life. No messing. One's just coming in on final. From Paris. Oh no, they're going to say Sao Paulo. What about you? Where did you go? You've just left Nonce on runway 24. Anyone else coming in? Doesn't look like it. Is everyone turned? Grumpy, where are you going? Oh, you're holding. Oh, bless him, he's holding for me there.
Knots, traffic, easy 1 latitude, clear of runway 21. On Bravo, for everybody's information, it is clear skies under 1,800 for me. Last taxi into stand 3 via Romeo and Romeo Delta.
Fingers crossed then, we yeah, I think I must have just timed it wrong then. Yeah, airport's open at the moment, Ronald. Cheers, Snoop. We'll be alright. What does it say? Constraint, delete, up to normal.
Non-traffic, Connect 144 turning in for the RMP approach from me 21, non-traffic.
I have an important question, please answer. Go on then, this ought to be good.
Traffic, easy 212,
No idea. Sorry. Well, maybe I just got super unlucky with that weather and visibility. Because that was worse than Bristol, that was. I mean, to be honest, the alternate is like here's Nantes and here's La Rochelle. It's really not very far. Like, we've probably almost done most of that in this hold. Weather is in fact not clear below 1800, says Jack. Oh. No, Flyhawk, it's not. So VATSIM is basically all the controllers are volunteers. So kind of get what you get, really. So when there's no one online, you basically kind of in the Unicom territory. So Unicom would Unicom's basically where you announce your intentions on frequency. It's where everyone talks to each other just to try and keep everything straight and narrow, if you know what I mean. Tatman, how you doing, mate? I'd like to see 30k subs by the end of this year. Me too, Tatman. I mean, really, it's a vanity metric, to be honest. It really is a vanity metric. It makes no difference to the performance of the channel. If I start making crap videos, then the channel will suffer. It's a total vanity metric. But like brands, that's all there was a time where that's all they would care about. It's like, how many subs have you got? I said, yeah, but that doesn't matter, because if I make a good video and I've only got 5,000 subs and it pops off to 100k views, what odds does it make? Am I full-time on YouTube? No, part-time. Part-time only. Working to become full-time, but it's a long old road. You are not a real pilot, says Virtual Flight Sim. Correct. I am not a real pilot. Extended centerline wouldn't be a bad idea, would it? Let's do that. LFRS21.
Nice traffic, is you 212 going around?
Next 144 going around.
Everyone's going around. To the next page, and we'll do MRS21. Put a 1 mile radius around that. Yeah, I did have a tech channel as well. Where have my bricks gone? Why have I not got bricks? Where's my RNAV bricks? Wait, the approach mode, will that do it? There they are. Oof. Yeah, I've got a tech channel too, Hawk. But I rarely have time to put anything into it, sadly. Too busy with this one. Nods traffic, easy 233 inbound, FRS 21 and slow speed 180, and we'll maintain 160 until 5 knots traffic. Let's try it all again, shall we? 75 watching on YouTube. Damn. Yeah, sorry Clark, I just noticed that as well. At least we got some visibility this time. Because last time, we did not. Gear down. One less thing to think about. Cheers, Swifty. We couldn't see a darn thing, could we, last time? At least I can see the runway this time, that's good. Worst case, we can
Knots traffic and not 56.
rustle up a visual.
Turning final for runway 21.
Lots of traffic, easy 233 on a 5 mile final for 21. Oh, this was stressful, this one, wasn't it?
Launch traffic, Channel 144 down and runway 21. Launch traffic.
Yeah, it's lovely and clear now. I think I'm going to take it visual from here. I've got the extended centre line. Particularly trust those bricks.
Above. Minimum.
Continue. You can see where I'm going now. This is amazing.
Now traffic, Channel 144, descending 3 fast.
Launch traffic, Air Knot 56 Tango on a 10 mile final, runway 21, speed 180 knots.
Well, getting blown to the left a little bit here. Just correct for that. Come on.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
Go on. Do 123 feet per minute. That felt a bit late though, didn't it? That felt a little bit late. Hopefully it wasn't too late. New Sky will soon tell us, so I'm sure. Oh man, what a difference some visibility makes, eh?
Nice finding, Air Knot.
Thanks. Who knew? Visibility makes all the difference. Felt a little bit unstable on the approach. I was sort of fighting the crab a bit, but that's okay. And on traffic, easy 233, runway 21 vacated. Why have I stopped? That was alright. I would have liked to have not been struggling to find the crab angle so close to touchdown, but other than that, I can't really grumble too much with that. APU start. Get our lights sorted out. Let's see what this scenery's like. I like that they've got the beluga.
Launch traffic, Air Knot 56 Tango, 5 mile final, runway 21.
The cabin crew will shortly be leaving their seats to perform safety-related duties. However, we ask that you remain...
Yeah, it was so cool staying at Nantes, getting to see the beluga twice a day. Sometimes more, depending on where it was going. It was always out and about, that beluga. I was on Flight Radar 24 constantly being like, the transponder's on, it's going to go soon. Right, what stands are available? Let's go stand, say.
On behalf of the captain and the crew, it has been our pleasure looking after you today. Our ground crew...
Nantes traffic, easy 233 taxiing to the terminal via Romeo 2, Romeo Delta. Nantes traffic. Should really fly VA more, then it wouldn't be a problem. What wouldn't be a problem, as in visibility? Is this a game? Ooh, a lot of people don't like it being called a game. It's not a game, it's a simulator. That's what they'll say. But yeah, it's a game.
On traffic, Summit 144, turning right and 190.
I still think we can get back to Brizzle. Cheers, bub. All things considered, I was quite happy with that landing. The RNAV's good fun. See what the scenery's got in store for us. Oh, you'd learn to slip. Okay. Yeah, luckily this is not Call of Duty, because the FPS figures we get out of it would not be anywhere near enough. Aha, here comes Grumpy, look. Just see him. Just see him. On the turn. It's not a game, it's life. Flight sim is life. Alright, I'm just going to be very, very slow about making this turn so we can get a plane spotting opportunity. That ain't going to cut it, is it? It's looking nice though, Grumpy. It's looking nice. Air Canada. Look at that. Never in doubt. There should be an air not livery just so everyone's clear on that. Can I have your opinion on the Thrustmaster throttle and stick? I have the Thrustmaster throttle. I no longer use the stick, but that's only because I'm spoilt now and I've been using things like the Moser AB9. But I started the channel on the on that stick, and that's all I had. I didn't even have a throttle. Or did I? I started simming with just the stick, then I got the throttle, then I started the channel, I think. What's the difference between ILS and RNAV? ILS uses ground-based navigation aids, so basically think of it like a radio beam that the plane follows all the way down to the runway. RNAV uses, well there you go, James just said it actually, uses like GPS and things like that. So it's less accurate. But it does allow for weird, turny, curvy approaches because, of course, an ILS generally is a straight line, isn't it? I know they can be sometimes offset, but... you need to, like, wriggle through some mountains. RNAV is what you want.
Traffic, not 56 Tango, runway 21 vacated, taxiing to available stand.
Let's go this way. Stand 4. Stand 5 looks clear.
Thank you. Stand 5 it is.
I think I might have just chosen the wrong gate. I don't know where I'm telling it to go now. Is this Lima? Is this Kilo? Is it Mike? I don't know. Anybody know? Yeah, it was good landing from Grumpy. I'm quite impressed with this scenery so far. It's quite good. Gonna go to the external view. Yeah, I remember that building. The idea building. There's an Airbus building nearby as well, I believe. What I'll do, I'll get it. Okay, APU's fired. Let's do engines off. Beacon off. Let the passengers out. Right, what did New Sky think of that then, I wonder?
Cabin crew disarm doors.
Great touchdown! Yes! 1.1 G, 121 feet per minute. Distance from threshold, 584 meters. So we were in the upper range, but we were okay. We were okay. Maximum centerline deviation was only 3 meters, average of 1.9. That was okay. That's alright, I'll take that.
Long traffic EV, occursion, Oceanic 144, landing runway 21, long traffic.
Are they deboarding us? It's like something's happening down there. Are they deboarding us? No, because GSX doesn't know where we are. Where are we? Oh, here we go. Look, GSX has had it now. Invoke parking services. Can I do that? Request deboarding. Hey, another one's landed. Do you know the best and easiest way to load and weight balance into the iFly? No, I don't. I've never flown the iFly, sadly. Would like to, though. Jolly good. Right, are we being unloaded? What just happened then? It wasn't me. Being lifted up again, it seems. Why does that... What's going on?
Launch traffic, Oceanic 144 vacated, runway 121 at...
Let's go and have a little look. Yeah, this is pretty accurate. This is exactly how I remember it. Have they done the internals? Surely not. Doubt they have, because it's quite a cheap bit of scenery. No, they haven't. And you know what? That's good, because they didn't waste time on it, and they don't need to charge us for it. So I quite like that. But yeah, this is exactly like it is when you come out, because I remember standing right here, asking for a taxi to take me to my place, and they were like, oh no, sorry, because it's not that far, that won't be worth much money. I was like, great. You're like, you're better off ordering an Uber, get them to do it. Like, okay, fine. Then went to the next taxi driver and he was like, I'll do it. So that's sweet. You're a legend. Let's go. Now there is an Airbus facility. I'm sure there's an Airbus facility. I don't know whether they've modelled that. Is it up here? I remember seeing that on the bus. There it is. Because that's why the Beluga lives here. Because it has to feed this place, I presume. Cheers, Spence. Oh, hello. That's good timing. We'll follow you in with the drone cam. An epic voyage. That's looking really tidy, though. Well done. And flap. Oh, lovely. Yeah, this is a nice little bit of scenery for like the £8. Quite like it. Nice taxiway markings, nice gates, and you'll notice they've done exactly what I would have liked for them to do, in that if you can see it through a window, model it. If you can't see it through a window, don't waste your time on it. These developers are... These are definitely scenery developers after my own heart. I would be buying loads more scenery if I could pick it up for £8 and it was just like this. Like, this is great. This is spot on.
Non-traffic, 212 vacated.
Cheers, Grumpy. What pack is that? Scenery pack. It's nonce from, I think it's called France VFR. So they've done the important bits. You know, they've done the airside stuff, and the price is right. I got it from Orbex, and I think all in. Why does the plane keep doing that? All in, it was like £8.14, which I think is perfectly reasonable. If it was like £18 or £19, I'd have probably been like, no, I'm not doing that. Marketplace is dangerous. I would say stay away from the marketplace and look at things more like, you know, Contrail, Orbex, Store, or just buy direct from the developers like PMDG and Phoenix. France VFR makes some jolly good sceneries. Yeah, I'm very impressed with this one. Obviously it looks a bit gloomy because it's a gloomy day, but seems more than good enough for like £8. It's not perfect, but it's fine. It's good enough. Because again, all I really want is a decent runway that's like terraformed. I want proper taxiways, proper markings to the gates, and that's all I want really. I don't really want a Starbucks that's in the terminal that I will never ever see. Right then, let's take the external power, lose the APU, turn the pumps off. And we need to get a flight plan back to Bristol. Third flight of the day. Go back to 232 now. Uh, 320 CFMs. Boom. Let's make the sim brief plan. Try FS add-on. Compare comparison site for add-on scenery, etc. Never tried that. Right, this lot are still taking their time to get off. Let's reload sim brief. Probably know that Pirigi are developing Palma. Yes, I do. I do. That could be a good one. Yeah, because you've got routes to Barca, you've got routes to even Alicante, do little short hops there and back, couldn't you? Nice. All sorts of little cool places you could go from Palma. Excuse me. Could even use it as a jumping off point to get down to like Morocco, over to Italy, Milan. There's loads of it. We are flying back to Bristol. There we go. LFRS EGGD. Just waiting on the final 30 to get off, then we'll reload and then we'll go. And that'll be the last one of the day. I'm working on a video at the minute. I don't know how it's going to go down with people. I feel like it could go either way. I really do. Currently doing my European North African tour. Seemed like a good way to learn. Absolutely. I mean, the best way to learn is just to keep flying. Alright, so keep in mind, Hawk, that this is for the Phoenix, so if you're not in the Phoenix, your mileage may vary. Now, we're in a turnaround state at the moment. Not cold and dark. But, if it were cold and dark, what I would be turning on right now is battery 1, battery 2. But that's obviously already on, because we've just arrived. And then I would be pressing the external power button, which would be green to say available, turn it to on. Then I'd be arming the emergency lights, no smoking to on, turn on the oxygen cruise supply, and then put all these 3 switches up here to nav. And that would get you pretty much to where we are now. And then the plane comes to life. Then in the My Flights bit, providing that you've linked your SimBrief account, you can import your flight. There you go, LFRS to EGGD, that's good. Then go to the Mass and Balance tab. Then you press Load Aircraft. You got GSX options, boarding and refueling. Click that, and GSX should rock up and load your plane. It's that simple. I do the tug now. Yeah, here comes the fuel truck.
Passenger's bus is coming.
I need my web browser. Look at our flight plan. Now, because we're using New Sky, which is where we run the virtual airline, it's generated as a flight plan, but look at the flight flight number, X-ray November Oscar 232, which is our air not code, which is what it should do, but obviously we're flying as EasyJet today, but we still want to get the credit for our airline. So we'll do easy there, generate. Then come down to pre-file on a network, press VATSIM. You only have to do this if you want to do VATSIM. If we're flying as air not, I'd put in here in the remarks CS for call sign / air not, so the controllers know we're air not when they see X-ray November Oscar if they're not familiar. File the flight plan. Here they come. Do you wish New Sky would import from SimBrief as well as export? I can see why you'd say that. However, New Sky likes to kind of put itself in control, doesn't it? In that, like, New Sky is very much economics based. So if you have a virtual airline with New Sky, it decides how many passengers you're going to be taking and how much cargo you're going to be taking based on a number of factors. That could be based on the rating of your airline, because if your pilots all crash all the time, who's going to want to fly? Like, that's a real thing. Second of all, it depends where your routes are. So if I was to do like Heathrow to New York, there's going to be a lot of demand on that route, therefore we're quite likely to get a full or very full plane most of the time. If I were to take a Boeing 777 from Heathrow down to here, into Nantes, chances are not a lot of people are going to want to go there. So a 777 you wouldn't be able to fill up. An A320 you might get 3/4 full. It all depends. There's also the ticket prices within New Sky. As the owner of the virtual airline, I can increase or decrease our ticket prices in an effort to maximise profits. And all of that still factors into free flights. Because free flights, you still get paid. You basically just get 80% of the money you would if it were a scheduled flight. But even if you do a free flight from point A to point B, New Sky has a sort of a demand, passenger cargo demand system in place. So it knows that roughly from, I don't know, Miami to New York, there's going to be a lot of stuff going on. Whereas if you were to do New York to JFK to LaGuardia, because it's so close to each other and they're right next door, why would there be any demand? So yeah, I think New Sky likes it to be the one to decide how much cargo you're going to get. It then tells that to SimBrief. SimBrief then makes the flight plan and calculates the fuel based on all of that. So I can see why they do it. I can see why they do it the way they do. It is, New Sky is quite an opinionated platform, I suppose, but you sort of need it to be.
Passenger's bus is coming.
Take the one from New Sky. Yeah, so in New Sky, press the little clipboard button. Based on all of the cargo and passenger people that it's going to give you, based on demand, based on everything. Then hand that over to SimBrief for it to make a proper flight plan, then import it into your plane. Then you should be good. Where did I get the flaps add-on? Oh, for the throttles. I 3D printed it. There's a video on the channel. If you scroll back far enough, you'll find it. Or type in like AirNot 3D printing. It'll come up. Very cool. You can still edit and fetch the SimBrief OFP via New Sky. Hawk says, got all that, so you load from SimBrief, load the passengers, then you just put all that info into the system, or is it already there? So at the moment, we haven't touched this. This comes next. We haven't done a thing. So what you do, MCDU menu. Again, this is in the Phoenix. Other planes may vary slightly, but ATSU, AOC menu, and then do flight init, and then do init data request. And you see it here, it's got departure and destination. It's Bristol to Nantes. That should flip as it imports the new plan. There it is, and there's our flight plan, easy 232. Then we press the init button, and then do init request again. Just this time in here. Then you're going to want to put in your cost index and your flight level, and your flight number. So easy 232. Pop that in flight number. Cost index. I mean, really, that can be whatever you want, but SimBrief will have calculated it for you. Cost index of 60. A higher number basically means the plane will fly more quickly, and a lower number means the plane will be more economical. Cruising at 340. Initial altitude there. You can also go into your briefing preview. Come down to this bit, flight log. And then you've got an FL column here. FL, you see it basically caps out at 340. That's the highest number before the numbers start going down again. So that does check out. 340 into there. That then works out the outside temperature for when you're cruising. Go into the wind page. Wind request. Weirdly, I always have to type this twice. Yeah, I always have to click wind request twice. I don't know whether it's me being impatient. There we go. Now you can do uplink insert. And now we're here. Now if VATSIM were online, if there was a controller online at Nantes, I'd be getting my IFR clearance by saying, Nantes ground or Nantes tower, whoever's online. Easy 232, stand 4, information whatever on board based on their published ATIS, aircraft type A320 with IFR to Bristol. They would then tell me my squawk and my departure routing, so the SID, maybe an initial climb. But today we are well and truly on our own on Unicom, so we can just crack on. So again, you can check on SimBrief. It wants us on a 2-1 departure, runway 21, on the Bound 4S. So that's Bounty 4 Sierra. So departure, runway 21, Bounty 4 Sierra. Insert, that's our SID inserted. Into Bristol, we're on 27 via the Baksu 1 Alpha. So click on EGGD at the bottom. Arrival, ILS 27. What was it? Baksu 1 Alpha. And you can do a via BRI 1 or BRI 2. At this point, you might want to look at charts. Bought that one. That's runway 27. So that's BRI 2. Look at the shape of that little pink thing. So basically, you fly to the Bristol over the airport at like, I don't know, 6,000 feet or whatever it wants you at. Then you fly out, almost fly a teardrop. So you fly out, do a turn, and then turn back in to come on final. If you go BRI 1, notice how it's got a wider turn. That's going to be more appropriate for us. Or you can just choose the final approach, where basically you work it all out for yourself. That would be what you might do if we were going to self-vector. I'll put in BRI 1. Actually, no, I won't. I'm going to go final. Because then we can go from Baxen, vector ourselves across, and pick up the final approach. So no via is the equivalent of saying we're going to go final. And insert that. Now if you flick into plan, why are we bouncing around so much? I don't get it. Anyway, go into plan, and then use the up arrow. And we'll step through the route. Might want to zoom out a little bit, give you a bit more context. There we go. So there's us at Nantes. So basically head up to Elna, Bounty, Exmoor. There we go. Then there's a flight discontinuity at Baxen. So that's when we would sort of manually vector ourselves to pick up the final approach. Or you could, if you wanted to, press the clear button and then clear the discontinuity. And you see that it's kind of, that yellow line is what's going to happen if we accept that. So it's basically joined us up. So we could do that. Let's do it, see what happens. There we go. So now we've got a continuous route. Up to you whether you wanted to do that or not. Again, if ATC's online, they may just get in touch sooner and just start vectoring you anyway, so. Alright, are we all loaded? I think we are. All the passengers are on, all the fuel's loaded. So at this point I would be turning on the fuel pumps. Now the fuel's been loaded. Start the APU, APU master, followed by APU start. Make sure your nav switch is on as well, because if the aircraft's powered, you need your nav light on. Get them seat belts on. Boarding is now complete. Lovely. Now we press send to MCDU. That's going to send all these weight figures across to the init page. But not the init page you first get to. You need to press the right arrow, known as init page B. And all that information has just been populated from all the stuff that's been loaded by us pressing the send to MCDU button. Come out of this app, which is like the Phoenix app here, then go to departure performance, sync the load sheet, so that's syncing all the weights that we've just had loaded up from all the passengers. Nantes, runway 21, runway surface is, yeah, it's dry. Sync the weather, and then we calculate our takeoff speeds. So it wants us V1 149, rotate at 149, V2 150, flaps 1, down 0.5 for the trim, and a flex temp of 65. If we send that to the MCDU, if we go to the perf page, all that information has just been populated into these fields, meaning we don't have to type it in. So that's cool. And that is pretty much us ready to go. APU is available. Flick the beacon switch on. And that will spring GSX into life, hopefully, to give us a pushback. I don't know why we're bouncing around so much. It's an AMT. It's pretty cool to see all the detail in the flight deck. What's an AMT? Aircraft maintenance technician? Would that be it?
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
QNH is 1000 now, that's changed. Oh, I got it right, nice.
Locking gear.
Locking gear. Used to work with Volaris, Interjet and Viva out here in LA. Good times with the A320. Amazing. Alright, GSX is now ready to give us a push, so we're going to want to do nose left, tail right. Before we make our call onto Unicom, we should probably make sure we know where we're going to push and what's going to happen. So we're going to be facing, we'll call that west on Romeo Delta. Nonce traffic, easy 232, stand 4, pushing back, facing west on Romeo Delta, nonce traffic. Nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes.
Release parking brakes.
Commencing push.
Let's get that APU bleed on.
Engines clear. Start at will.
Then we put our engine switch into ignition. Give it some fuel. And enjoy the beautiful sounds. Cheers, Frosted Flakes. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. Wild to think it's been a year.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin crew member closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety.
Used to develop the software for MROs. What's an MRO, Joanna?
Welcome aboard our Airbus A320. Please pay attention to illuminated signs, including the following safety procedures.
Maintenance repair organisation. Oh.
It contains important information about exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets, and the brace position, which you must adopt if you hear brace, brace. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft.
Air flaps 1.
Crew are now pointing out the exits nearest to you. Please be aware that your nearest usable exit may be behind you. Emergency lighting will guide you to an exit. In an emergency, leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened whenever
It's Derek, but I'm on Twitch instead of YouTube. Oh, it's you, Derek. Got it. Confusing me. I honestly feel like I need like an internal mapping database for people's usernames, because people turn up in the Discord and they've got a totally different username to what I'm used to seeing. They're like, oh, it's me from YouTube, and I'm like, okay, great, so now you equal that person, and then they change their Discord name, and then I'm like, oh, I don't know anymore. I can't cope. Cheers, Roy. Yeah. I guess that's it. I guess it's a year ago today that I made Twitch affiliate. I had no idea.
When outside, inflate it by pulling the toggle. If
Okay, GSX should clear off. Looking at the departure charts, there is no restrictions by the look of it. Transition altitude 5,000. Initial climb clearance, ego, look for this always. Initial climb clearance 5,000. So 5,000 feet in the window. How does my sim look so good? Is the 2020 to 2024 graphics leap that good? I don't know. I mean, I'm running at 4K. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what it is. Taxi lights to on. We've got 2 good engine starts. So now we can turn off the APU bleed and turn off the APU master. Taxi lights to on. Start new sky, because it won't do it on turnarounds automatically. You have to do it yourself, which is really annoying. And we are almost good to go. What you can do is press TO config. That'll tell you what you're missing. There we go. Takeoff auto brakes need to be set to max. That's this button here. Or you can twist out on your throttles. Spoilers, pull them up to arm. And you need to press the button to give the cabin a buzz. Predictive wind shear is off. I'm going to leave that off till I line up. Yeah, I mean the thing is though, I'm gaming at 4K, but I stream at 1080, so you're still seeing 1080. And now I'm going to work out where I'm going to taxi. So I'm going to go Romeo Delta, Romeo 4, Romeo 5. Nonce traffic, EZ232 taxiing to holding point Foxtrot for runway 21 via Romeo Delta, Romeo 4, Romeo 5, nonce traffic. Seriously can't wait for the PMDG 737 in 24. Me neither. Cannot wait for that. That's the day, I think, that 2020 gets uninstalled. Come on in, Bristol. Let's be having you. My dad says it doesn't matter if you start engine 1 or engine 2 first. It annoys me so much when these little kids keep seeing engine 2 start first. Oh, it used to be 2, didn't it? And then didn't they change the SOP to 1? Live and let live, really. Like, everyone's on their own journey, learning at their own rate and pace.
Traffic EZ212 pushing back from stand.
I think that's what I feel like I have to remind people, because some people I think because I've got a YouTube channel and I stream, I must have all the answers. It's like, guys, I don't know a lot of stuff. Like, I'm learning every time I come in the sim, every time I connect to that sim. I come away usually having learnt something. So don't be fooled by the fact I have a YouTube channel. Don't think that that means I know everything. It just means I'm stupid enough to put myself out there on YouTube, which I honestly recommend you do, to be honest. You have quite a thick skin. Well, for £8, I think that scenery was probably worth it, especially if it means we come in and out of Nonce a bit more, because I think the default one was not the greatest. I seem to remember like the markings weren't great, and yeah. Oh, sorry, Roy. I've misled you this entire time. Oh, yeah, let's have a look. MCDU reckons we're going to be into Brizzle. 51 minutes flight time. Good old Brizzle. And we'll turn the flight directors on. I'm going to do predictive wind shear now. We're out of the way of the terminal. And they're going to hold at Foxtrot, which is just here. Make sure we're all good. We'll go. Yeah, no worries, Hawk. I mean, I can't swear that this is how like it's done proper, but it's what works for me, and I've sort of cobbled it together from doing it myself and watching others do it, and you know. I'm just going to hold here. Okay, parking brake set. So at this point I'm going to start the I'm going to check there's nothing on final. That's what I'm going to do. Bats in radar. So here's me. And there's nothing around us, so we've got the place to ourselves. That's always good. Oopsie. I always put the transponder now. I used to put it from standby to auto. I now put it standby to on, only because that ensures squawk mode Charlie, which some places insist upon having. Put the transponder into Tara. Put it into above mode because we're about to climb. I think I'm right in saying that. Never sure what to do, whether to do all or climb. Start the clock. Landing lights to on, taxi lights to take off, runway turn off lights on, strobe lights to on. Let's do a quick takeoff config test. Takeoff config normal. Let's put out a call. Nonce traffic easy 232, lining up, taking off runway 21 on a bounty for Sierra departure, nonce traffic. Get out there. Hey baby boss. Do I fly VR? I have done, yeah. Pimax have been very kind. They sent over a Pimax Crystal Light for us to borrow, and more recently a Crystal Super, which is been amazing. You do need a beefy GPU for it though, so be ready for that. But my word, like I don't know, I was just shocked when I put that on. I was like, oh my goodness, like this is another level. I was a VR skeptic for a long time, and then Pimax reached out a couple of times in the past, and we spoke on email, but it never really came to anything. I don't know why, to be honest. I probably was bad at responding and probably fell off the radar, whatever. And then got chatting to another rep, and I just kind of explained the situation. I was like, I'm a little bit skeptical about it. I'm not sure. They were like, let us send you on to borrow, see what you think. And I was like, to put it on for the first time, and I was like, flipping heck, like what is this? This is just totally different. Totally different, but makes it hard to stream and look at chat. So, yeah. Righty ho. Shall we go? Let's bring those engines up. Soak in those sounds. We have Manflex 65, SRS is green, auto thrust blue. This bit of runway terraforming by France VFR.
To behind departing company aircraft lining up runway 21, waiting behind.
V1, rotate. Positive climb, gear up. See you later, Nonce. Thanks for everything, including the go around. And then we follow the flight directors. That is to say, the green crosshairs, because that represents what the autopilot would be doing if it were in charge right now. So there we go. Levers into climb now. We've gotten to our height. So the engines reduce power, that means we dip our nose, reduce the climb rate, and let the aircraft accelerate. And we can start our turn. So just follow the flight directors. If they move, just follow them and then they'll sort of come back to meet you. See, it's gone to the right. That means we need to just turn a bit more to the right. And then you see it's sort of coming back towards us now. Flaps up. There we go. Caught them. So if you follow the flight directors, you are basically getting the plane to do the exact same thing as the autopilot would do if the autopilot was on. Once traffic, EZ232 airborne at runway 21, passing 2,400 feet. Once traffic. And make sure, at this point in the flight, it's quite important to make sure you're at least following. We should be following both of them ideally, but following the vertical one, because of course if you don't, you'll overspeed.
Norms traffic, this is 202 departing runway 21 on Avalon for Sierra. Norms traffic.
I think that weather's coming back through, don't you? That was a super fun approach though into Nantes, I'll say that. Like, I know we had to go around and it was a bit hairy, but those are the ones you sort of remember. They are good fun. Whoopsie. Okay. Let's not be doing that while we're trying to fly. Let's go 310. No one around. Again, the SID wants us at 5,000 initially. Well, it doesn't actually. Initial climb clearance was 5,000. But there was no restrictions on the SID, so it wasn't like at a certain waypoint they want you at 8,000 or anything like that. So we're just going to start cracking on a bit now to flight level 340. Pretty much got the run of the place anyway. There we go. That, I believe, is time for autopilot. Hi Max, yep, they're awesome, and I've got a Super and a 5090. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like you've got the ideal system then. Okay, 10,000 feet, we'll do lights off. Disarm the ground spoilers. There is 10,000. And let the passengers out as well. Do I know Royal Brunei Airlines? I've heard of them. I mean, I don't know anything about them. You doing alright, Andy? Yes, it is the Phoenix, Chief. There we go. So now we've passed 10,000 feet. The 250 knot speed restriction's gone, so the plane has now dipped its nose to accelerate to reach a faster speed, and then once it gets there, you'll see the climb rate is starting to increase. Used to live in Brunei before COVID hit. Oh, no way. That's cool. Question I have. When they give you a squawk code, how do you put that in? You go over here. So I've just set myself to squawk 2000 because I don't really have a squawk because there's no controller, but yeah, you just press clear button, then type in the numbers, and then it's done. Tara, on, and then you can select either above, below or all for what you want the system to detect. I'm climbing, so I've got above on at the moment. When I get to cruise, I think you put it into below and it remains in below then all the way down. Hi, is the Neo 2 in 24 any good? Not really tried it that much, just because we've been flying the Phoenix, which is just way better. They get twitchy about transponder mode Charlie as well when inputting the squawk. How so, Starvex? We should be into Bristol at 2:30. Exactly. Technical side's the easy part to learn, that's just memory. Landing takes practice. Yeah, landing's like an art, isn't it? That's the difference. Like, given enough textbooks, given enough time, like you say, you can figure out the plane. It's just like when you actually have to make the plane become a bit of an extension of yourself when you try and land a thing. That's especially when you see people doing like these awesome crab landings. It's like, flipping heck, man, that's so cool. That's so cool. So what time is it now? 13:02. Wait, what? Is my time wrong? Yeah, it's live. Real time. Live weather. Oh, wait, that's the next waypoint, isn't it? Duh. God, I'm stupid. Ignore everything I just said. Ignore me. Never listen to another word I say. 40 minutes. How you doing, Bishop? My dad is an IRL pilot. He had landing the other day with 28 knots crosswind and he still greased it. What a hero. A hero. Yeah, Philip, I just realised that myself. I was like, what? Why is my time wrong? You stupid idiot. How long have you been flying this thing? Where is the actual time on this thing? Where's the clock? There it is. Used to the Boeing being over here. I always look over here for the 7.3. What have you ordered, Joanna? Have you ordered the throttles? Hey, good luck, Hawk. If in doubt, just go into a hold. If you need to figure stuff out and you feel like your destination is rapidly approaching and you're running out of time and you're feeling that pressure, just go into a hold. Which you can do. If you find a waypoint, I don't know, Skesso, hold, and then you can just press computed if you want. There you go, and it puts in a hold. So now if we go to plan, and we skip forward a bit. Well, I won't do it actually. It's temporary flight plan. There you go, it's made us a hold at Skesso, so we can just circle there forever until we figure out what it is we need to figure out and then exit the hold and move on. But I won't put us into a hold, I'll click erase. Now we're back to normal. We are going back to Bristol now, Bisha. We've just been to Nantes. We've left Nantes and we're heading back to Bristol. So we've done Edinburgh, Bristol, Bristol, Nantes, Nantes back to Bristol. Like a headlock, yeah. A crippler crossface. Those were the days. Madeira had something like a 32 knot crosswind from the west-south. My dad had to crab it all the way down with an egg. Yeah, last one of the day. Bishop. EFIS, FCU, throttle, and the stick. Flipping heck. You should get like Customer of the Month award. We've ordered everything. It's a very good time to be into Airbus, isn't it? Right, as much as I love the PMDGs, and I adore the PMDGs, the hardware ecosystem isn't quite there, is it, in the same way? It definitely feels like... Airbus is kind of like the more preferred sibling, if you know what I mean. Yeah, that's the way, Joanna. Left-handed all the way. Which is why, and I'll say this again, Moser, if you're watching, make a left-handed version of this stick, please. It's such a good stick, and it's so well priced compared to having to buy this FS Project stick. You just made a left-handed version. I don't think I'd need the FS... Well, like, obviously I bought it now, so I'm going to use it, but I don't think I'd have ordered it if there was a left-handed version of this. Like, I know it's not like a one-to-one replica, but blatantly you can tell where they got their inspiration from. The private pilot's license, 200-ish landings, and still have terrible landings. You'll never perfect them, they just get less bad. I like that. Less bad. I have one question, that radio, what is it? Oh, this! That's a Logitech radio panel. I kind of like it, but at the same time, I kind of don't recommend it. Wait for the Wing one. The dials, the button, like the way the dials turn, compared to when I had it new, it's almost like they're feeling more mushy than they did. And they felt okay to begin with, but they never really blew me away. And it lacks a digit. It's only got 5 digits, whereas of course a frequency needs 6 now because of the 8.33 kilohertz update. So I've had to offset all the digits with spad.next. So instead of saying like 124.850, it just says 24.850, which is fine. It works because the 1 is always present. It never begins with a 2, does it? I got impatient at January time and just bought them, and I kind of wish I didn't. TBH. I usually fly out of Bristol. I don't live near Bristol, but that's like the most convenient airport for us, really. Flown out of Birmingham once, Gatwick once, Heathrow a couple of times. What's better, Skylink or FS2 Crew? Couldn't tell you. Never tried either. Couldn't tell you. Yeah, wait for the Wing one. Yeah, you wouldn't have heard me in real life near the top of England, I can assure you. I think the last time I went anywhere north of England was... Where did I go? I mean, most recently, the furthest north I've been is Sheffield. But that was some time ago. The frequency thing. This. That is the Wingflex FCU Cube. So basically it is a slightly scaled down version of this. This bit here, the autopilot panel. They have done add-ons for it. So it's not one-to-one scale, so if you're building an Airbus cockpit one-to-one, it's not the right product for you, but if you're a desktop simmer, it could be just the ticket. Comes on a nice little stand with some legs. There's a full review of it if you want to learn more on the channel. They've done some add-ons now that come with like an EFIS where they've sort of merged this bit, and I believe this bit, into a smaller package, and that sort of goes on the left. And then on the right, obviously, you've got the same thing, but in reverse. So it's like, well, there's probably no point having two of the same thing. So what they've done, they've made a bit that goes on the right that is shaped similar to this. But what they've done, they've put in the transponder and the radio panel. So if you're short on space, you can get everything in one little row. I love that when they showed it to me. They mentioned it a couple of times before, on email before it came out, and I was like, that's such a good idea. Like, I know it's not exactly like the real thing, but if you don't want to have to build a pedestal next to you and go down that route, pretty cool. Hawk, you need to download their software, but other than that, like, it just works for me with the Phoenix. Have I tried the Wing Ursa Minor? No, Ames, I have not. I have not. I would like to try it though. Obviously I'm never going to use it because I've got a Moser AB9. Not to sound like a snob, but why would I? I realise that makes me sound like a bit of an arse, but like, if you've got a Moser AB9 sat there looking at you, you're not going to use a Wing Ursa Minor, are you? But I still think it represents a very important part of the market, because there's a lot of people that, even if they could afford an AB9, they would probably choose not to spend that level of money. So yeah, easy for me. You know, Moses sent it for review, so like, I didn't pay for it. Full disclosure. But it's bloody good. Having been in that simulator in Gatwick, and then I came home, and the week later they sent it over. Yeah, it was the closest I've ever felt to that sim I was in at Gatwick. I was like, that is very similar. The shipping's almost the same price as the joystick itself. Really? What I would like to assess with the Ursa Minor is, I know that a lot of the videos I see on TikTok of it, and you know, various places that it's done the rounds on, people pull back on the stick and they release it to demo the damper function. And that's really good. I like that. What that doesn't demonstrate is, how does it feel when you pull it back? What's the resistance curve like there? And that's a very hard thing to assess. But if I could have it next to my AB9, I could tell you. Because we can basically assume that the AB9 is as close to the real thing really as you're ever going to get for a simmer at home. Fly-by-wire, sorry, no I don't. I don't have a tutorial. Is it expensive, that sim? What, 24? I mean, it can be if you buy the premium deluxe version, but you don't really need to buy the premium deluxe version. Keep in mind that I just bought the standard one on Steam, and everything you see on this channel has been done with the standard version. I thought about the deluxe one when it all came out, you know. Starbucks. Let me have a look. So looking on their site, flight experiences, a 1 hour session is 199, a 2 hour session is 375, or a 4 hour session is 549. And I believe if you use the code NOT5, you can get 5% off. So yeah, it ain't cheap, but also it's not cheap for them to build and operate either. So they spent about over £250,000 developing it. So yeah, that's kind of why it's priced the way it is. You're going to China, Ames? What website is what, Hawk? So mine has consistent resistance and it's adjustable. Okay. I'd like to try it. I'd like to try it for myself. See if it's kind of got that. Because when you introduce dampers, if it's not done properly, if it's done on the cheap, you can almost get like almost rather than friction, you get stiction. I'd like to experience it. Yeah, go on, Ames. You can be my man on the ground. As soon as you get into China, you need to get over to Winwing and be like, right. Oh, the one I was looking at for flight sim sessions. Yeah, sorry, let me bring it over here. This is them, Infinity Sim Wings at Gatwick. So there's a video on the channel if you scroll back. I think I released it in about April time. I went up there for the day and made a video about their sim. So there it is. Very, very cool. The thing that struck me the most actually was those throttles, how heavy they felt. Really, really heavy throttles. Which again, when I get to try the Winwing ones, that's going to be in my mind. It's like, we can assume that this is flipping amazing, the one that's here. How close does it get? You know? How close does it get? Right, that's in radar. What's going on at Bristol? Anything? Nout. No, but that Heathrow's busy, isn't it? No, not as busy once you zoom in, but it is still a bit busy, I suppose. Ireland's done well today, look. Bergen's on as well, Bergen Tower. Should have gone Bergen. Okay, time for destination. We still shooting for 2.7. What's the weather doing? 2.30 and 12, 2.40 and not yet. Still going to be 2.7, isn't it? So let's pop in that now. 2.40 and was it 2.40 and 10? 2.40 and 9. Temperature 12. QNH 90903. So 12 90903. And minimum is 801 in the Barrow field. I got that from the charts. You can see there. Precision altitude 801. My only issue is only issue with the MCDU, Joanna, is it'd be great for me, but I'm not sure how I would show you what I'm doing on it unless I have a camera like mounted super close to it with another light. That's the only thing. Mate, do you know who I am? Yeah, Starbucks. Yeah, if I could find a way to get a decent camera system on it, but I don't have a lot of room here. Like, what you see here pretty much represents all of my available real estate. So, I don't know where I'd put it. Maybe I could squeeze it in there or something. But I kind of feel like for a stream, looking down here and you being able to see it like that is probably better than you seeing something that's like this big in my little camera view. Because otherwise I'm just going to end up tapping stuff into it and you're going to be like, oh, I don't know what he's doing. That's the only thing that concerns me. How do you get the landing weight for the arrival performance? I go to init page B. So estimated fuel on board when we land is 3.2 tons. Put that onto your zero fuel weight. So that would be 64.1. 64.1. Auto brake medium will get us stopped. Maximum will get us stopped. Low will not get us stopped. So medium. It is. There we go. It's done. You got that PC built then, Starbucks, did you? Ryanair have some 738 sims at Stansted I can get into via a friend. They're level D. Nice. That'd be cool. Frequency switcher, what, for radios? I mean, that's what this does here, this Logitech panel, but it's not the greatest, to be perfectly honest with you. What do I use for brakes or reverse thrusters when landing? Well, auto brake medium that I've got selected, at the moment this calculation was done with either idle reverse or no reverse. And you see if we change it to max reverse, the stopping distance doesn't change. That's because if you use full reverse, then the actual brakes on the wheels will just do less work. So it's like the plane, either through braking or through reverse thrust, will stop you by that distance. So if I apply no idle reverse, just the brakes will do it, and obviously you've got the speed brakes on the wings that come up when you land. Seeing your cursor on the MCU is most useful to us watching. Yeah, exactly, and I feel like you would lose all that. Especially if I have the sim in a view like this where we're looking forward and I'm just going tap, 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 tap down here and you just can't see what I'm doing. So I feel like my obligation to demo what I'm doing kind of overrules everything else. Yeah, so I never credit reverse. I always go idle, no reverse. Because obviously, it can only get better, can't it, with reverse? It's worst case scenario. Always good to... That's one thing I think you're going to like, Joanna, about the Windwing throttles, is that they've got an idle reverse detent, whereas the Thrustmasters here do not. So I find it really hard to hit idle reverse, because even if you don't use reverse, you kind of want it spun up into idle, or you want idle reverse kind of ready, so that if you do need reverse, there's less of a lag. And that's where I struggle with these Thrustmaster throttles. There is no idle reverse gate. It's either you just go straight into it, and then you go pretty much into max reverse. That alone could be enough to tempt me to get the Windwings. Ben, were you in the YouTube chat a bit then? back then. Oh, yeah, the HOTAS, it's only got the one, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, you're going to love that wind wing stuff then. Or when you get fed up of it, send it to me. Right, scumbags, get back in your seats. We're about to descend. That's enough wandering round. I'm going to change my cost index to 6 and begin our descent into Bristol. There we go. Bristol traffic, easy 232, inbound Bravo Hotel Delta, flight level 340, descending to 2,500 feet for the ILS, runway 27 at Bristol. Bristol traffic. Oh, I've done that twice today already, Joanna. Like, I think Edinburgh to Bristol, Bristol to Nantes, they were strapped in all the way. Probably someone sat there busting for the toilet the whole way. Never mind. What did you end up getting, Finn? Oh, God. Oh, no. I thought my sim had crashed then. It has not. Any idea how long your wait's going to be for the wind wing throttles? How do I know what frequencies to be on? Well, at the moment we're on Unicom, which is 122.8. It's always 122.8 wherever you are, because there's no one online. If we were going over here, look to Ireland, if you sort of click onto it, you can see their frequency is 134.260. If you are about to stray in, like let's say we were this plane here, American Airlines 74 Whiskey. At this point, had I not already contacted the controller, they would probably be keeping an eye, thinking this guy's going to be with us in a minute. They'll send you a contact me request on VATSIM when you hear like a beep, 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 and then you check vPilot, which is the software, and there'll be a message saying, please contact me on whatever the frequency is, 134.260. If you're on Say Intentions, obviously there'll be a transcript that you can watch. Ended up with a 5070 and a 7800 X3D. Nice. That's a nice balanced system. Hours for me on VATSIM, I think I'm 500 or 600. I do believe. Oh, man. When you order, you get an email saying they've got your pre-order. We'll be back later to ask you to pay. Oh. Yeah, but Hawk, I still think of myself as the new kid on VATSIM. I really do. I thought that feeling of like, you know, don't mess up, don't be the new guy, don't be the guy that doesn't know what's going on. I thought that feeling would go away. But it hasn't. Which is probably good. Because that means like every time I connect, I'm like on my game. Like, I'm never just like phoning it in, which keeps us flying at our best, I think. Do I prefer 2020 or 24? Probably 24 at this point. The only thing that's missing is the PMDG 737. Once that comes over, which hopefully won't be too long, because they said it's going through what was the phrase they used? A quick and robust testing process. So hopefully it won't be ages. You do get the occasional idiot that gets on Hawk, yeah, but you can call a supervisor and they will deal with it. Yeah, Straps is saying I just started VATSIM last weekend after 6 months of flying offline and I can never go back. VATSIM finally feels like it all has some meaning. That is so right. So right. That was the thing that I couldn't get over. It was just... Like, keep in mind, I started this channel a long time ago. Like 3 years ago. And for probably a good year and a half of that 3 years, I was just flying offline. Point A to point B. With a SimBrief flight plan. You know, taxiing wherever I wanted. Just flying the SID, flying the Star, landing, finding somewhere at random to park, being like, thanks for coming along guys, see you next stream, and that'd be the end of it. And I remember saying, like, I don't know if I want to do VATSIM, like I want to be able to talk to you guys while we fly along and have a good time and all that stuff, but like now I've started it, it's like, flipping out. It makes so much sense to do it on VATSIM. It's terrifying when you start. But it's like anything, like if you have a good attitude, you'll be surprised how far that'll get you. Like if you make a mistake on VATSIM, just say to the controller, I'm really sorry, I've messed up, or I'm not sure what you want me to do. 9 times out of 10, or 99 times out of 100, they'll be good as gold. It's if you make a mistake, and then you just keep pressing on, as if you haven't made that mistake, and then make that mistake worse, and disregard instructions, and that's when they're going to get annoyed at you. Say intentions and beyond ATC is a good training ground, I would say. Or do an observer flight. That's the other thing. That's how I started. I did observer flights. So when you connect to VATSIM, you can tick a box that says connect in observer mode. Now that is designed for people that want to share cockpits. So obviously if both of you connect, normally there's going to be 2 of you as far as the controller's concerned. But if one of you connects in observer mode, obviously there'll only be one of you that the controller sees. So the one in observer mode is kind of invisible. So what I would do, I would park up next to somebody, see where they're going, copy their flight plan, basically just put it into SimBrief and you're guaranteed to get pretty much the same thing, and follow them and listen out for their call sign and just do pretend I'm them. Every time the controller says, it's like if you're following BA 145, Speedbird 145, whenever you hear that on frequency and they tell you to do something, do it. And see if the person you're following does the same thing as you would have done. And once I did about 5 of those, point A to point B, I was sort of like, you know what? I could probably do a flight on my own at this point. There is a VATSIM cheat sheet that I used as well. Just like a general rough flow of what you're likely to say, especially at the beginning when you get an IFR clearance, is quite handy. How you doing, Pablo? I've got 3,000 hours and I still got nervous when taxiing. Yeah. Taxiing's the thing. Like, if we were flying from Bristol to Madrid, all the way to Madrid, I'd be like, oh man, I'm going to mess up the taxi when I get to Madrid. Because that's like a maze, isn't it? Can you use custom call signs? Yeah. In fact, we've been using a custom call sign. Obviously today we're flying as EasyJet, but obviously I've got the AirNot virtual airline. And we use a custom call sign, X-Ray November Oscar. In fact, literally last night, we got accepted as a official VA partner. So now we are kind of official. But beforehand we were just using X-Ray November Oscar. And then in your remarks, when you submit your VATSIM flight plan, you would put callsign/AirNot or CS/AirNot, so that when the controller sees X-Ray November Oscar and they're like, what's that? I don't know what that is. They'll see that it's actually AirNot. And then you can use the callsign AirNot on frequency. At the start, in the early days, all the time it'd be sort of like last station calling, call sign only. Basically they didn't know who we were and they were confused, which is fair enough. Whereas now I think most of the places we fly into, like Edinburgh, a lot of the controllers sort of know us. Gatwick, a lot of the controllers sort of know us, so it's a bit easier now. Am I using Rex? No. I mean, the best thing I use for taxiing is Navigraph, and I've got it on a separate little touchscreen monitor over here. Don't know if you can see it, maybe you can't. So when we get to Bristol, for example, here's us, we're coming in now, Bristol's here, so when the controller says taxi to stand 5 via Golf and Zulu, I can be like, oh yeah, I can see where I'm going, and follow where you're going. Can you log into VATSIM anytime? Yeah. I mean, if there's no controllers online, you just fly on Unicom. Which some people, I think, misunderstand as, like, Unicom, you can just do what you want. It's like, no, Unicom, you still have to fly properly. You have to, like, announce your intentions and keep an eye out for other traffic. Like, right now, I'm thinking, what else is coming into Bristol? Who else is around? Like, that Ryanair, are they going to Bristol? No, they're not. They're going to Faro. That looks too big to be going to Bristol. Yes, they are. That one's on the ground at Cardiff. We maybe need to be aware of what's going on there. There's one on the ground by the look of it at Bristol as well. So you need to have quite a lot of situational awareness and then potentially negotiate with the other pilots. Like, you might need to get on frequency and say, like, I don't know, if this Ryanair 452 X-ray was coming to Bristol and we were looking like we were going to clash, maybe we would get on frequency and be like, Ryanair 452 X-ray, we'll hold at so-and-so, you go first. And just talk to each other. Don't just keep your head down and press on. And I think that's what a lot of people can sometimes do. And then you're not, like, cutting people up and causing all sorts of problems. Navigraph is going to release the taxiing assistant. How would that work though, Roy? I'm confused, like with VATSIM, how that would work. Because if a VATSIM controller gives you a taxi route, that could be something completely different, couldn't it? To I'd like to try it. What frequency do we use as CTAF? Well, that varies by airport. That's a USA thing, isn't it? So in America, if you're at, say, like JFK and there's no controllers online, you wouldn't use Unicom, you would use CTAF. And that would be a frequency that is just for JFK that is to be used when there's no controllers online. So it's basically like a local version of Unicom for JFK. What speed does it want us at? It's got a tendency to bring us in a bit too fast, I fancy, sometimes. Oh no, it'll be alright. That's all looking fine. You manually enter the taxi waypoints into Navigraph, including the holds. Oh. Roy says the system recognises the taxi route and assigns the runway, an assigned runway. The taxi route will then be plotted on the chart on your EFB. But then if the controller overrides that, then you have to manually input something. Is that right? Can we see Bristol yet? Right, can we? Bristol traffic, easy 232, flying left hand downwind for runway 27, Bristol traffic. QNH changed. 993.
Bristol traffic, Golf Whiskey Golf India. There's a helicopter landing up on my 27 and departing to the north.
Roger, easy 232, thanks for the info. Aha, helicopter.
Thank you.
Okay, then at FF27 it wants us at 180. Get rid of that speed brake and get it armed.
Traffic calls up Whiskey Golf India and after 27 rating north.
Cool. Go speed 180. Get the landing system on. Here comes the ILS, that's always good. Cheers, Joanna. Take it easy. Hope your Windwing stuff turns up. Yeah, we are below the glide slope. Bristol traffic, easy 232 on a 7.5 mile final for runway 27. Get gear down. So, gear down, auto brake medium. Let's go to our final approach speed. Flaps full. Well done, Starbucks. Well, at least we've got some visibility this time into Bristol. We are kicking with gas. Bristol traffic, easy 232 on a 3.5 mile for runway 27, Bristol traffic. Over to me then. Oh, Gadget, you're back. Oh, BT Whistle's back as well, I should say. Cheers, Gadget. See, now you've distracted me. The landing's going to be worse than it would otherwise have been. So, if you see anything you don't like, that's on you guys. Just saying. Alright, fingers on lips. Everyone quiet.
Hundred above.
Generally, I'd prefer 3 reds.
Minimum.
Continue.
$50, $40, $30, $20. Retard. Retard.
Oh, what a greaser. What an absolute greaser. Nice little wheelie as well, showing off. Well, wouldn't you know? Gadget turning up was actually a good omen. What did you say? What was the prediction? It's alright, Gadget, I'll let you off, don't worry. It was a nice landing. Beautiful. Right, ready for the speed ramp? Wait for it, 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 wait for it. Oh, there it is. I remember once I was taxiing out of here, and as I went up that, my plane went 5 because it thought we'd gone in the air. Bristol traffic, EC232, vacated runway 27. 162. Oh, gutted. What was it? Oh, that was bloody good, that. I needed that. I feel like my flying's been in the toilet the last few days. The last few weeks, come to that. Gets in your head after a while. I definitely go through phases. I don't know about the rest of you. I definitely go through phases of like feeling like I'm doing alright and then feeling like I am very much not doing alright at flight simming. Oh, I can't wait for SoFly's Bristol scenery. Going to be a great day. Laps away. Right, where are we going to go? Shall we go back to stand 5? That's where we left from, wasn't it?
Ladies and gentlemen, the cabin crew will shortly be leaving their seats to
Yeah, let's get the train radar off, shall we? Let's save the poor people in the terminal building. Never mind.
Portable electronic devices for messaging, calls,
Not bad, not bad. Smoother than Kerry got. Yeah, we need Pete the Irish pilot, don't we, to commentate one of my landings.
and in the overhead lockers. Do take care opening the overhead lockers as items may have moved during flight. Smoking is not permitted until you reach a designated smoking area. On behalf of the captain and the crew, it has
That was alright, that.
looking after you today. Our ground crew will help
Quite happy with that. Right, GSX, are you going to play nicely? Yes, you are. Never quite know, do we? Gate 5, and we'll take EasyJet. Oh, what a lovely day out. 20 to 3, that's perfect timing as well. Because in 15 minutes I have to go and get the kids from school. And we can't be late. Because having a conversation about why I was late is not one I really want to have with a head teacher. Why were you late picking up your children? Well, I was busy. Doing what? Playing Flight Simulator. What? A video game? Well, it's not really a game, is it? Do you not have a job? Well, it kind of is. It's kind of... much easier if I'm just on time. To avoid all of that. Do people crash on VATSIM on purpose? Oh, do people crash on VATSIM, and what's the process if that happens? I don't really know. I guess if you just bin it and go off into the grass, then just disconnect and get laughed at, I suppose. Cheers, Roy. Have a good one. Question is, where do we go next for the next stream? I feel like maybe we should do some 777 flying this week and check out the Boris sound pack together live. And also I feel like we've bought this A340, we really ought to fly it. Do you know what I mean? Stanley to Munich. Cheers, Lachlan.
Bristol traffic, easy 200 at 10 mile final, runway 27.
Don't forget the kids. Wouldn't dream of it. Wouldn't dream of it. That was an absolute greaser though, that landing. I love runway 27 at Bristol because you can basically overflare it. And as long as you don't completely overcook it, the ground will just come up and meet you. Whereas 09 is a different kettle of fish altogether. 09, you've got to be quite on it. I think local, sort of like conventional local wisdom is to land after the bump. So you basically land long intentionally to avoid the bump, because otherwise it can give you a right smack in the bum. Round we go. Whee! Look at that, right where we started. No worries, Hawk. Yeah, I've got to do the same as you in a second. I'll speak to you in the Discord, no doubt. Who needs kids when we got an Airbus A320? Better not tell my kids that. In fairness, one of them's showing quite a lot of promise with the old flight sim. Oh, damn it. You can follow the flight directors now. If I sit him in this chair and I basically set headings and stuff using the FCU, he can follow the flight directors to a point. It's getting there. Landing not so much, granted, but there we go. Right, parking brakes on, APU's on, engines off, beacon off, seatbelt lights off. Let's close the flight. Let's see what New Sky gave us before I have to run off. Better be a 10. Great touchdown, 1.15 G, 125 feet per minute. Right in the middle of the touchdown range, that's good. Average centerline deviation, 0.38. Oh my god, I'm good. And a maximum of 5.8. Damn. God, that was a good one, wasn't it? That was an absolute belter. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Fortnite, cheers. Oh. How different is the simulator from real life?
Passenger's bus is coming.
This simulator is probably very different from real life. Like, this is just a home simulator, isn't it? To be quite honest. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Right, guys. Thank you very, very much indeed Thank you, all of you. Incredible support today as well. I really do appreciate it. I couldn't do it without you. So like, it's really, really awesome. Thank you very much indeed. I will see you all for the next stream. Not sure when that's going to be yet. I will schedule it. Worst case Thursday. Oh, Easy's just landed. Worst case Thursday. Best case before Thursday. Best thing you can do is get subbed, ring the bell. Then even if I am not very good at the old scheduling, you should still get a ping on your phone or your whatever, and you should be able to come and join the flying circus with us if you want to fly along or just watch with us. But thank you all very much indeed. Appreciate all of you very, very much indeed. And I will see you all next time. I've got to go get the kids, so I will see you later. Cheers.
Easy 212, Bristol traffic, 27 located.
This is 13.150, on 4 time.